call this meeting to order. Due to is my microphone on? Can you hear me? Okay. Due to a donation that we received, we will be continuing Zoom for the time being. So we would like to thank We Deserve a Better Board for that donation. Thank you very much. I don't have my agenda. Do you have a written one?
I have it on my computer.
I have it on my computer.
What was the question?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry.
Have our agenda.
All right. At this time, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Ms. President,
Yes.
before you proceed
Thank
with
you.
adoption of the agenda, I would draw everybody's attention to item number 24 in the agenda. There is a clerical error in the title of the item. This is on the superintendent's evaluation. In parentheses, it says information only, but you will note that the item does say for discussion of possible action. It's my opinion that because it states discussion of possible action in the body of the agenda item, that you can proceed on that item as an action item. I would just note in adopting the agenda that item 24 is an action item.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I will make a motion to adopt a flexible agenda with item number 24 for action as well as information.
I'll second. Thank you. I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Miller. We would open it up for public comment at this time. This is just the agenda.
agenda.
This is just the adoption of the agenda, which we have to do before we start the meeting. All right, seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment at this time. Is there any discussion about flexible agenda needed? All right. All in favor of a flexible agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, at this time, we would like everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Olive to lead that.
The flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Olive. All right, at this time, we would like to open it up for agenda item 2, public comment. Please keep in mind that this is anything not on the agenda.
Allison Gray. This is a quick one. I was wondering if everybody could make a point.
Pull the microphone down so we can hear you better.
Sure.
Thank you.
Interesting that you said that because I'm asking if everybody can make a point of speaking into their microphones. Particularly Mr. Russell, I have a really hard time hearing you. So if you all could do that for us, we'd really appreciate it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sorry for that. For my part, I'll do much better.
Do we have any public comment online?
Nothing online.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Cheryl Blomstrom. I'm glad to be back. I'm here today to propose that you, as a board, pursue collection of the attorney's fees for which the feckless 4 have been indemnified, not exonerated, not found without guilt, merely indemnified. Why? Because there wasn't an answer to their attorney's position that they be indemnified. And why? Because the former majority got some really bad legal advice from their previous attorney who is now out taking a victory lap. As a board, it is your fiduciary duty to protect the taxpayers from this kind of bad behavior. You owe it to the taxpayers, the community parents, and mostly the students. You've suffered this year with personnel and program cuts based on a declining budget. The voters sent this new majority because they fully understood what happened with the old one. And I don't think they'll be very forgiving about it. There's a foolish story going around about the purported settlement in 2024. Do keep in mind that it wouldn't have been needed at all if the feckless four had just turned over their records and followed the open meeting law. They and their handlers started this. It is up to you to see it finished and to make the taxpayers as whole as possible. There's an analogy that may make it easier. If you hire a plumber for a job and he does shoddy work that damages your property, do you just walk away? You do not. You file a complaint with the contractors board and you go after his bond and his insurance. This is very much like that. The feckless four hired an attorney without the proper experience. He gave them bad advice and it bit all of them and us. Please get the attorney's fees back. Our kids need them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Melinda Matus for the record. I would just like to concur with the last statement made, and I agree as a taxpayer, a parent, a grandparent. If something had been done to me, which it had, that I would do everything under my legal availability to make it right. And our kids, our students, our teachers, our staff are counting on you to do the right thing, whatever that is. At this point, I don't even know, but I do know that I was I watched the parade and I watched a sign go by that said, and it listed the four names and it said they were exonerated. And I was shocked, that this was our town parade and it should be happy and cheery and, enjoying. And to see that really hurt that it continues to be misinformation out to our citizenry that they were exonerated and they were not. And I think that there needs to be some clarification across the board and some restitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. I hope this is okay. I know it's not an action item, but I did want to thank Olive for all that she's done as a student representative. Your insight, student insight has been very helpful and very good to hear on this board. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment online?
Still nothing online.
Okay. Any further public comment here? All right. We will close public comment. And we will move on to our DCSD shout outs. Oh, at this time, we are going to recognize that Mr. Russell is leaving because he's so kind and gracious in helping us save money for the district. So thank you, Mr. Russell. I appreciate it. All right, our DCSD shout outs. Ms. Miller, would you like to start us off?
So the first shout out I have is for Embry Ray Givens. She's a student. She's always been there for me no matter what I'm going through. She is one of the most important people in my life. I don't know what I would do without her. I'm just so grateful for her. Then I have another student, Mackenzie Simmons. She's a student at Powaloo. Mackenzie has been trying very hard and has been managing volleyball while keeping her grades up. Haley Ann Renholz, Douglas High. I know that I've already shouted out this person, but I wanted to do it again because that's how special she is to me. She's the kindest person I know and the best friend I could ever ask for. She pushes me to do better in school and she's made me a better friend and a better person. She's also made me the happiest boyfriend ever. I'm so proud of how far she's come in school, at home, and in life. I'm so proud of her and excited to see her to continue striving in life.
all third grade students, doesn't say anything else. I would like to recognize all the third through eighth grade students at DCSD who spent lots of time and plenty of effort and put in lots of hard work while taking their state SBAC assessments. Each student who took the assessment participated in 5 to 7 testing sessions. ELA and math, and 5th and 8th grade took science assessments as well. Thank you all for the energy and diligent work with these assessments. Damian Smallwood, CVMS 7th grade student. Damian Smallwood is a student role model, and he is always willing to help out. He is the kind of student who offers and lends a hand to those around him. Okay. Riley Charlson, CVMS student, 8th grade. Riley Charlson is the type of student who's a role model to those around him. He's kind, caring, listens, has wonderful manners, and is an inspiration to those around him. Thank you for everything you do.
So Penelope Rasmussen, thank you. You are a good friend and doing amazing. Oh, sorry. Thank you for being there and helping me. Sorry about that. What a rough start. I just butchered a very beautiful little thing. Let me start again. Penelope Rasmussen, thank you for helping me and being there. That's Pawalu. Carmel Smokey, just says school. Carmel is kind and sweet, and she always helps out a friend in need. She sacrifices her own happiness for other people. Penelope Ashenbren. See, that's Penelope. That was not. Okay. Is that Ashenbrenny? I'm
Sure.
okay. Sorry about that. Penelope Ashenbrenny. Penelope Ashenbrenner. Okay, it says here, from student at Carson Valley Middle School. You are getting this shout out because you are such a good person. You help others to understand things, and you are just a very kind person. Thank you for being a friend to me and so many others. I'm so happy to hear all this talk of kindness. It's so important. Cool.
Christian DeGay of Douglas High School. Christian is an amazing person to everyone. He is kind and he never fails to make someone laugh. Gabe Vigenis, student. Good job, Gabe. Brooklyn Harrelson, Pawalu. You are a good friend and doing amazing.
Cameron Good, school department is best friend, the best friend I ever had. The next one is Cambria Workman, the parent. Cambria Workman is crushing it as a new high school student. I am proud of you. Keep up the success and you'll be limitless. The third one is Nolan Labat. In the Department of School, Nolan Labat is the sweetest boy I ever met in my life. He is so nice and loving. We are very competitive, but are always friends.
I have Lillian Schmansky at Pawalu. So impressed with your growth and dedication, and so beyond proud of you for being such an amazing person. Haley Reinholtz at Douglas High School. I want to shout out to Haley Reinholtz because she is an amazing person. She tries her hardest at school and at home. She tries so hard for her friends to be happy, but in reality, she doesn't need to do anything because all her friends love her for who she is. She deserves all the love she gets from her friends, even if she thinks she doesn't, and I think she deserves all the love in the world just because she's an amazing person. I wanted to shout her out because even though there are some days where she thinks she doesn't deserve any love from anyone, she actually deserves it all. Thank you, Haley, for being the best person you can because you deserve all the love in the world, all the love the world can give you. Dustin Ray Lineman is a student. You are a nice, caring, loving friend. You have changed my life in many ways. I love to hear all these great shout outs. I think it's so good that we recognize this time we really recognize students because they just, had a great year and we deserve to show them recognition.
President Wagstaff, we have one more shout out that's not scripted.
Okay.
So we're going to go off script here.
All right, go for it.
So we have our our representative on the Board of Trustees, Olive Hamner-Gilson. I just want to thank you for your service this year. Everything that you brought to the table has been insightful from a student perspective. We value your time and your dedication and your commitment to serving on this board with all of us. We wish you the best of luck in Dartmouth.
And I think I can speak for everyone on the board that we echo what Mr. Alvarado said. We've enjoyed having you. Thank you so much. All right, we will move on to consent item number 5. Number 5, agenda item number 5, consent item. I'm so sorry. Do I have a motion from anyone on the board? Ms. Jansen.
I'd like to make a motion to pass the consent item.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Dickerson. Is there any discussion that the board needs to have? All right, we will open it up for public comment at this time. Make sure you, turn your mic on. Thanks.
Marty Swisher, Gardenville resident. I'm speaking to 5B, accounts payable special and regular voucher runs. We have been tracking the legal expenses for the school district for a number of years now. However, recently we've been putting together for our members in We Deserve a Better Board some comparison information. I wanted to share that with the board and with the public. So looking at Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy, an average from 2019 to 2023, for the month of February, their charge to the district on an average was $14,428.74. Month of March, $17,500. The month of April, $9,947. And the month of May, $12,189. For Joey Gilbert Law in the year of 2024, his monthly fees were $31,500 for February, $32,618 for March, $31,521 for April, and $33,775 for May. Allison McKenzie, our new law firm, so far in February charged $13,582, in March charged $22,072, in April charged $14,082, and then in the last month, May, charged $13,246. I point this out just to say that the alignment between Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy and Allison McKenzie is much closer, and clearly Joey Gilbert Law was far out of line. So I commend the new law firm that we have for doing everything they can, including leaving a meeting when it's not necessary to be here, instead of having two attorneys sitting here just wasting time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment online?
We're good online.
Okay. All right.
Hi. How does this work? I get 3 minutes?
It is anything that on consent items. So that's the agenda item that we're on.
Idea what those are?
Okay. So if you would like to have public comment outside of consent, if it's on a different agenda item, you'll have that opportunity when we come to that agenda item.
How long will that be? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay.
Is there a
Okay then.
specific item that you're wanting to speak about?
Yes, the fact that as a school bus driver here, I just got hired in January at a certain amount that I'm not going to be getting anymore because the SB 231 has been taken away. So I'm losing over $1.20 an hour. And I left another school district to come here and took a cut and pay as it was. So I'm just curious if the board has any plans to try to get any other kind of funding outside of, our negotiated contract to try to right that wrong, put that back. So that was it.
Okay, thank you. That is not on the agenda, which would have been during our open public comment, which I believe you missed. And
'Cause
I'm
that was
really
a field
sorry.
trip,
Oh,
hence the sunburn.
well, you look great. You don't look sunburned to me. Okay, well, we will finish with this consent item
Okay.
agenda, and then
Yeah.
if it's okay, can I open it back up for public comment after this
That's
agenda item?
that's up to you, but we also need her to state her name for the record.
Oh, right.
I beg your pardon, it's Christy Stoddard, school bus driver, transportation.
All right, so we'll finish up with this agenda item, and then I will have you back for public comment.
Alrighty, I'm
Right.
gonna go. I'll be back.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any further public comment regarding consent items? All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. Is there any further discussion by the board? All right, then all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, on to number 6 on the agenda. It is the consideration of final 24-25 budget amendments and I really should put my glasses on. Hold on. Sorry. Augmentations. And we would like to welcome Ms. Sue Estes for coming. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take it away.
I wish I just had this great news that said that the state was just going to allow us to just cover all of our expenditures. And so that we would not be in the hole, but we are going to be in the hole for the first time in my 46 years here at Douglas County. So we've had a conversation with the state, and there are some things that we have to do that and as you'll notice through the budget, if you look at the comparison between the December amend and the June final, you can see the areas of which we have either changed or we've tried to accommodate the expenditures that are actually happening, but we cannot accommodate all of the expenditures. They're overstated. They're not overstated. They're actually overexpended because we couldn't budget for those because they should have had some adjustments at the very beginning of the year. So now we're left with this corrective action that we're going to have to make. But I can't speak to that until we actually get through the audit. So I don't really know just exactly how we're going to end up. It's just too hard to tell right now because there are a lot of things still going on. There's a lot of payroll that we still have to meet. And so with everything in mind, what you can see from the budgets, the 25 one is the general fund. We did have to reduce a little bit of revenue only because we have historically had about 200 to 220 in tuition, but that the enrollment for tuition for Alpine County is actually going down. So we're not able to collect as much as we used to collect. So I did have to reduce that in the budget to make sure that we did not overstate that, but we still may be overstated in our total revenue that we're going to receive for PCFP funding because we just didn't have the students that we thought we were going to have. So there are some things that are going to happen, but I think that when we address this in the financial statements and in the audit, we'll be able to be more clear about what we can actually say about this budget. 25-2 has exhibits. I know, Yvonne, you called me today. The exhibits are each fund that we have to actually amend based upon our actual expenditures, and the only ones that we had to do that for were the building and sites, the capital projects, the federal, and the special ed. I told you wrong. I thought it was food services, but we did not have to amend that. So the federal grants and then the special ed. So that becomes an exhibit for each fund. And so when you do the resolution, you have to actually include that as an exhibit. And so it says A through D, and I know that for those who aren't familiar with the way the budget works and stuff, those exhibits really are funds that we've had to move around or change expenditures. So that's basically the bottom line. Right now we had to build the general fund with pretty much the same numbers that we had to do in December, except for the revenue reduction that we had to take. So all of this is combined, and we are increasing the salaries by about 100 and some thousand, but that is not it's not really increasing the salaries. It's just trying to build them back up to where we should have been before. So I'm sorry that this is such a bleak picture, but it really is in the current year. And we're just making all kinds of, changes, and we're doing the best we can for the future years. Frankie was left with kind of a mess. And unfortunately, that mess has now, he's had to kind of take the brunt end of all of that. We did find, I don't know, should I clarify that, Frankie, what we found out today?
Go for it. And
Okay.
I'll fill in the holes if there's any.
Okay. We actually had a meeting with the state today that says that the SB 231 money, although it is completely done, it's sunset after 2 years, they have given us the SB 500. Okay, which is really kind of a replacement for the 231, and it's supposed to be that salary increase that we have available for teachers and professional staff. So that money has to be set aside to actually do that, to continue with that percentage. And we did not know that. We thought that we could build that into our general fund, but we found out today that has to be a separate pot of money that is actually given out. And so that the continuance of the SB 231, now called SB 500, is actually going to continue. So that will be more cuts that we have to make on behalf of trying to build that back into the budget, because we took 1.2 million of that. I hope that makes sense, to actually do the May final. So in essence, what this really says is that we just continue to have to try to find funds. And there's lots of things in the works, and there's lots of things that they are actually anticipating, and there's lots of things that are actually being talked about. And we're doing our very best to try to do what we can to reduce what we can. So that's basically moving forward into the next year. This year is going to be something that is actually going to be a corrective action, because it is going to be based upon the overspending of what we should have cut in 24-25. So I'm sorry, that's not a very good picture, but it is the way it is. And so I just don't want to kind of give out too much information, because I really don't know until we get done with the audit and all the expenditures have been, set forth in the current year. So that's basically the bottom line. Yes, go ahead.
Can I ask a question really fast? When is the audit expected to be finished?
Oh, that's a good question. We've got our first preliminary visit from our auditors in August. It usually is not done. We don't actually finish paying for everything out of 24-25 until about the end of August. We do our final run then, and so then we will know better about the expenditures that are actually happening. And the audit actually will be after that happens. So I will be working on financial statements after our final expenditure run is in August, and then we'll know a little more. And they'll be working on that for September and October, and hopefully take it to the board in December. So that will be for those 3 months. So it's still something we are not sure of. It's still something that we're not entirely, until it's all said and done. And there's a lot of encumbrances out there that may or may not happen. So all we can hope for is that there's, we've had to pull from some of the discretionary accounts, some of the department discretionary accounts, to actually accommodate the increase in the salaries as much as we could, but we couldn't do it all. So anyway, go ahead, Frankie.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were advised to treat this SB 500 money as grant money, and we should utilize the same formula for allocation that we utilized for SB 231.
Okay.
So Sue and I will go through that process and figure out exactly what amount goes to which bargaining units. And we're still waiting to negotiate with the unions, which should happen sometime in August.
Okay.
And that will answer the question that Christy Stoddard just asked you, because we did send out, and Jeannie was absolutely right, we sent out a memo that said that the SB 231 sunsetted after 2 years, and it was no longer going to be part of what their paycheck was going to be. And that's absolutely true, but we thought we could actually use that for the general fund, and we are not able to. So that will continue. It will just be labeled as something different on their paychecks.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. But the percent may not be the same. Like Frankie said, we have to reevaluate all the salaries and everything else and the amount of money that is going to be paid. And then we have an increase in PERS. And because that money is subject to PERS, there will be different things, but we will do an evaluation of all of the salaries and benefits and stuff to determine how much that percentage will be for everybody.
Yeah, so on the salary schedule, the employees had received 4.4% increase for SB 231. The money in this grant that we received is it's about 0.5% or more less money. So we definitely cannot meet that 4.4% that was given with SB 231. I went ahead and proactively submitted a memo to the Department of Taxation, informing them of our situation. And Sue and I have also set up monthly meetings with NDE to try to get ahead of this and plan proactively.
Okay.
Even though we are in reactive mode. So.
Right. All right. Thank you very much.
And I just had one more, sorry.
No, go for it.
The special ed has really been a huge expense for us, and it has increased substantially over the last couple of years. We have submitted case files for employees that we had to hire as a special ed aide, as a one-on-one, because of the IEPs that were necessary in the current year, and they have been substantial. So every one of those case files was denied by the state, which is really sad, because that was a piece of that whole pie that we hope to be able to capture from the state. But the good news is that when speaking to the Department of Ed today, she said, I would like to have all of those case files resubmitted to me, and I will take it directly to the governor. So it's possible that we may get reimbursement from that as well, which will truly help our budget. I mean, it will
Fingers
truly
crossed,
help
yeah.
our budget. Yes.
Yeah.
Because it is handled in a little different way than than having to go before the total PCFP funding. It is something they can actually take directly to the governor and hopefully have some relief from that. So, but we don't know that. We won't know that for a bit.
Okay.
So,
any time frame on that? Do you know?
Cheryl's out today, so we wanted to send all those case files directly to Megan Peterson from the state. That will happen on Monday.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there, because I think that they'll try to hurry to move on that rather quickly.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions from the board?
I had a question about the audit, but that was explained. So thank you, because it's always good to know the deadlines when we're dealing with,
Yes.
especially these budget shortfalls.
And we usually bring the audit to the board in December. Normal, I mean, you can do it in November and stuff, but it's really hard to capture everything and get it all done in that time frame. So it'll probably go to the December board meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Burns?
You mentioned, I just want some clarity on timeframes and stuff. So you mentioned the first of the year, but you meant the first of the school year, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So that would have happened at budget time, which this year we had May for next year. So it would have been May of last year. Am I
Right.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
That's when that should have happened.
Mhm.
All right. So should have happened even before that, because we lost 240. My number's a little off, but 240, and then last year was 250. Rough guessing $4 million each time is what we lost. So if you can help a clarity or see the bigger picture
Sure.
here of what we're trying to recover from, it would help, at least help us understand, what we're up against.
Okay. And as you know, at that time, we had an entire different staff. And we were told, and so it is budgeted appropriately from what they told us was going to happen. But that they did not move on that to do that quickly, and then they vanished. And so, we were kind of left holding that bag to figure out what to do. And as you can see from the budget, when you see the audit and you see the over expenditures, you're going to see that I budgeted for exactly what they told me we were going to reduce, and that did not happen. So, all of those things. And then after school starts, it's just too hard to do that. I mean, you can't actually just, all of a sudden give out red cards to your teachers and stuff after they've already begun the school year. So we were up against a few obstacles. And one of those is that they did not do the things that they said they were going to do. And then, they left, and we had a whole new, administration that actually, it was too hard to actually do that. I'm just saying, so we did everything possible in the current year to try to eliminate some of the baggage there. When we had people term or whatever, we tried not to fill as many positions as we possibly could. That would have helped in the budget. But you can't, everybody who terms cannot be not replaced. So, we know that. We've got teachers out there that, you can't just keep the position open and not fill it. So there are a lot of different things. And this is something that I'm just going to put as a footnote. Our subs, and Frank and I were talking about that today. COVID has just kind of ruin this whole outlook on what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Attendance is a serious problem in our district. And until we can actually figure out how to, monitor that and keep that down to some sort of a way in which we can manage this, the subs are off the charts. I mean, there's just, and the timesheets that we get about 400 timesheets every single payday. And, that's huge. In special ed, it's 200,000 over what we budgeted for just for subs. That doesn't have anything to do with teachers.
Sue, are you talking about a teacher attendance?
I'm talking about every attendance. I'm
All
talking about
staff.
all staff, yes.
staff,
That
not
they,
kids.
instead of trying to flex a position or trying to flex a couple of hours off, with an employee, they'll hire a sub to come in and do that. There's got to be different ways in which they can actually substantiate time off that isn't going to cost us so much money, because right now that is huge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I have another question.
Yes.
I was on the board. 3 of us were on the board back when this happened.
Mhm.
This is totally new to us.
Yeah.
It is to me.
There are a lot of variables.
You and I've had our conversation.
Yes.
And I'm baffled because I'm looking back at what we saw, what we were shown, and that's what we go by
Mhm.
as a board. So I'm just that's the main reason for me. That's what I wanted to know the answers, because I wanted to know where this was coming from, and we didn't. And I can say I didn't know this stuff.
Right.
And that I'm come in and talk to you to find out what's going on, and you've been straight up. This is not on you. I know that for a fact, because you and I've had our conversations, and you're only explaining what was given to you now, and that's the reason why I ask these questions. Does that make sense?
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay.
I honestly, for Douglas County School District, there are several different variables. No one in the state in 17 counties has had the kind of enrollment reduction that we have had. Okay. That's one of the biggest variables. We lose about $2.6 million in revenue, when we lose 250 kids. Well, if you don't plan that early, like you said, in April, we've got to start maximizing every effort to try to reduce those costs when we know we're going to reduce enrollment. And then if you don't, that's a blessing, because then you can add back, positions or whatever needs to be, but you cannot go back and start retrieving positions when you've already budgeted for, when they're already in the classroom. It's just too late. So honestly, there's a timing issue that has actually been pretty hard for this district to actually accommodate between the staff and the administration and that sort of thing. That's been really hard. And so, when you're left holding that bag, you can't go in there and just all of a sudden say, you 5 teachers are gone now. That just wasn't going to happen. So, and nobody wants that to happen. Nobody wants to have to get rid of anybody, but through attrition, you can usually manage a reduction in staff, and so that people don't lose their jobs. And then we had a mass exodus in our, administration. So now all of a sudden what we get saddled with is all the decisions that they made prior to the budget that we built the budget for did not happen. So that's basically the bottom line. I mean, I can honestly tell you that with the reduction in our total enrollment and with the whole idea that they did not reduce where they should have reduced prior to July 1st, I mean, at that point, it's too late. You can't just start reducing positions. You have to have already made those decisions and been pretty clear about what you're going to do prior to that going into the next year. And so our May final was already filed with those reductions in place, and those things didn't happen. So, yes, I'm not going to take the blame for this. That's not what I'm saying, but I do know that it's going to fall back on my shoulders, because I'm trying to whittle every dime out of the district. I even had our maintenance supervisor come in today, and he said, I still have $40,000. I said, well, you can't spend it. So you're going to be done. I mean, at this point, you're done. I mean, because I need to have that fall to the bottom line. I'm not afraid to say that either. If you haven't spent it up to this point, it's already June 26th. You have 3 days of which you can spend it. I don't want you to spend it. And he says, okay, I won't. And so that's the kind of things that we don't know yet. That's the kind of things that will fall out at the end when we can kind of mask all this, the true expenditures and, to figure out just where we have saved some money. So
I have another question.
Mhm.
So there was a budget shortfall. It was starting in 2023 when I was president. And I was not aware or told of any of it. And I don't blame you at all, but that's very interesting because if I would have known, I would have probably wanted to start working on it.
You know, had I known we were going to lose the enrollment like we were going to at the speed of which we have lost enrollment, it has been a huge problem for Douglas County School District. You know, to lose that, to have that kind of a magnitude, and even from the state level, when they say that if you lose 5% of your enrollment, you know, they would go back to hold harmless and they would give you the money based upon what you had received in that particular quarter for the prior year. Well, we're at 4.75. So what we do is we lose all the way around. Not only do we get the hold harmless benefit because we just are 0.25 short of that, you know, number 5, you know, we can't go back and, you know, retrieve that. And so we've just got all kinds of different variables that have really been put into place that we just absolutely did not know. And, you know, I'm just going to say it. The recommendation that I had 3 years ago was, you know, to give a 7 and a 3, and they tried their best to make a salary schedule that was competitive amongst the counties. And I understand why they did that. They really did to try to bring people into here. Okay, but that really cost us an 11 and a 4. If we could have saved some of that money in that particular year, that would have helped us immensely. You know, we would have been in this position where we would not be having this conversation. But that didn't happen. And so, you know, now we get to, you know, live with that. But I do think that there's a lot of things that are in the works. There's a lot of things that are going to be discussed over the next year or so that I think are going to help us immensely. It's going to take us probably, you know, what did you say, Frankie? It would probably take us where we would flatten out at about 3,500. We've had 8,500 students in this district. So the magnitude of loss of students has been huge. Yeah, has been huge.
About 3,500 kids in about 5 years from now, give or take 1 year. Going back to the 5% hold harmless, no district in the state of Nevada has ever crossed the 5% threshold. Just to kind of give you perspective.
That's not a record we want to set.
No, it's not.
But I also told
it also shows that metric is too high.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, what are the other districts at? You know, if we're at 4.75 and we're losing students, we know the other districts are losing students. What percentage are they at?
Well, they're not close to that. So
Just above 3%, like 3.10 and 3.15.
Yeah.
And they're much smaller than us.
Douglas County has the, you know, when you lose close to that 5% where you could go back and retrieve a good portion of your, you know, your money, your PCFP funding, and yet we're 0.25 away from that. And so we still lose $2.6 million, no matter how you look at it. And so that's a huge, and we told them today, 5% is too high a threshold. Because to lose 5% in a district our size, you know, you lose a lot of kids. And that is, so anyway, I think that threshold, and these are the situations that the state is actually going to go with lobbyists that we can actually drum up and stuff to actually take these questions to the next legislature and to actually start trying to minimize the damage for somebody like Douglas County, because Douglas County is the only school district in the position we're in right now, the only school district. So that's unfortunate, but it is the way it is.
Is it, as students are graduating out of Douglas, is the issue that there's not students backfilling that? I mean, because, you know, expense to live here, a lot of young families aren't moving here maybe. I'm just trying to get my mind around
that's
that.
the economic structure, and that's absolutely true.
Okay.
But because we are gaining, our kindergarten enrollment is about half of what our seniors graduating are. Yeah. So when you lose that at the beginning, you know, that's why it's going to take us several years to actually flatten out to where we can actually know what we're going to get budgeted for and know how much staff we need and all that stuff. So it's going to take a few years.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. I thought that might be because
Yeah.
I've seen that kind of.
Yeah.
Mr. Burns?
You know, I'm trying to look at the big picture. I'm kind of getting the picture here that he's working with you. I'm putting you on the hot seat here.
That's okay.
Because your boss is sitting
I've been
here.
on the hot seat for a few months now. I just hardly sleep at night. So.
But so I'm getting the understanding here that because you're referring to him, so I get the understanding that he's working with you. So, but you know, there's a lot more to that because we have schools that per se, I'm going to throw out numbers, will hold 650 kids, and we have less than half of that in that same building or school. That's huge. I mean, you're still maintaining a building.
Right.
Uh,
So that, of course, is the things that are being thrown around. I mean, you know, we're going to have to do something drastic like that. Our schools all of our elementary schools hold 800 students. Our metrics has said that you would lose certain positions at, you know, if you could reach this threshold, where we're there. We only have one school that's over 300 kids in the elementary. And that's Minden Elementary. The rest of them are all below that 300 mark going into next year. So that's a huge problem. You're absolutely right. And so those are the things that you guys will be discussing probably in the next year or so, how we can actually capture a lot of our expenditures, you know, the savings on them in different ways.
it's going to be tough. There's no question
Yeah.
about it, but you got to do what you got to do. That's all there is to it.
Well, I wish we were in a different position, you know,
We wish we were too.
having our local taxes was really, you know, such a gift for us because we had such a prolific tax, you know, revenue. And then to have that just stripped away from us and given to all the other counties that were in need.
Yeah, I'm glad
There were a lot.
I'm glad you brought that up because that hasn't been talked about neither, about the state taking that away from us.
Yeah, I know.
So,
But, you know, we're going to have some pretty strong lobbyists, and maybe we need to get involved, and maybe that's something that's a thought process, you know, for the next legislature that says that this PCFP funding doesn't work for every school. It works great for those that are, you know, Lyon County has just got loads of money, and because they're increasing, people can afford to live there. So, you know, this is the economic structure of Nevada, but in Douglas County, it's probably worse than any county in the state. Yeah. So
Agreed.
all right.
thank you, Sue.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you, Sue. We
You betcha.
appreciate you.
Oh, well,
Sue, thank you so much for
good
coming.
karma
And
looks pretty good right now.
oh,
I had a
yes, go for it, Miss Miller.
I had a question. So it just sparked a thought. You talked about subbing for a half day. Now, I know this is going to sound odd, but what if like at a middle school, high school, and maybe this is out of place, but instead of subbing for 2 hours because a teacher needs, you ask other teachers if they'd be able to help instead of their prep period. I mean, I don't know. It's just a out of the box thought.
You know, we
What's that?
We still need to compensate the teacher for working on their prep period.
Okay.
yeah, we have to pay them for that if they, you know,
Okay.
they're working.
I don't know. It was just a random thought. So.
Well, there's a lot of ways. We've already talked about that. You know, we keep talking about, but if every principal does not get on board with this whole idea that, you know, somewhere along the line, we've got to start getting a hold of our attendance. And, you know, that I think the ethics for, you know, people who are working now has changed and has changed drastically. You know, nobody really wants to work and they're glad when they get, you know, 11 days a year and they use them all. And, but, you know, to leave for, there's a lot of ways that they can save money. And that is that you can flex somebody's time, you know, to where we have several minimum days, and those should be able to be used. They just have to get on board with this. And, you know, they're going to find this out at the end of our school year when we no longer have any funds left. And they're going to find out that they're going to have to start minimizing some costs. And the only way to do that is that they have to be proactive in doing and maintaining that. So anyway.
All right. Thank you very much, Sue, for
You're
your
welcome.
time and coming and answering our questions. We really appreciate it. Any further questions from the board? All right, we will open it up for public comment. So Sue, if you would
I will
step over to the side, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Cheryl Blomstrom for the record. None of this is good news. That said, the enrollment is not surprising. That's one of the things I've been tracking for more than 2 years. That is not surprising to me at all. What I would recommend is that this is an important enough topic, and Ms. Estes has enough on her plate, that you make this a regular informational piece of every meeting, and you have a conversation about it every single time, and you bring the odd comments and the odd ideas, because one of those is going to be the thing that maybe fixes this. So please do keep opining and keep thinking, because that's what we need. And that's, you're a diverse board. That's what you bring, is the diversity. That's not a dirty word. But you bring your diversity of thought and your experience, and you are the people that can solve this. So please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further public comment?
I'm quite surprised that I agree with the gal who spoke previously that you should be talking about this. This is something you should have been talking about ever since COVID years. Casey Rogers. I just want to state that people are waking up and parents are waking up. And if you haven't noticed that there was a social engineering agenda to create our children away from male, female having children, if you haven't noticed that, your trends are going to continue to go down, as well as the fact that the COVID vaccine destroys reproductive organs. Have you looked into that? And so if you do some of this research, you're going to realize that their rate is going to keep declining, and there's going to be less and less children coming into the school district. So you might want to wake up, pay attention, and do some actual research. That's what you were voted in to do.
Thank you.
Jan Muzzy, Minden. I appreciate hearing about the potential conundrum that you are all going to have to deal with. And it reminded me many, many decades ago that our school district, the school district that I was in, was losing students also. So they combined fourth and fifth grades into those students that were in fourth grade that were a little bit accelerated were combined with fifth graders. And then again in sixth and seventh grade. When I went in elementary school, it was for grades kindergarten through seventh. So that may be something that you may want to consider if you're losing students and you don't have enough students to have a full class. Maybe you can consider combining those grades and give a little bit of a push to some students that are accelerated, and it might be beneficial to them as they progress through school and then through graduation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Christy? Would you like to come and make your public comment? I have a feeling that it revolves around financial, so we can have you make your public comment at this time.
Christy Stoddard, school bus driver, Douglas County School District. I've never done anything like this before. I'm not a troublemaker. I just am a struggling school bus driver trying to pay my bills. And wow, this has been eye-opening. Seems like we're paying a lot of money to attorneys. If the school board is struggling so badly, then why do I see perfectly good books and desks and chairs being thrown in dumpsters at the end of the school year? I mean, I know it's a small thing, but have a sale for the public or combine all the schools. I don't know. School districts I've worked for before have like auctioned off their old buses, things like that. It's really concerning to me that to hear enrollment is just in such dire straits. And I've worked with a great group of people. The transportation department is a great group of people, and I hate to even think about consider leaving, but good golly, I can't afford any more pay cuts, and I'm sure the teachers don't either. I don't know what to say. This has been a very, like I said, eye-opening experience. I don't know what else to say. I'm happy to hear we might possibly get a little bit of the funding back to help with the pay increases, but I don't know what our union can negotiate, because it sounds like there's no money to negotiate.
It's just kind of a scary thought to me that so much money is going out the door to attorneys for, I guess, some kind of scandal I read about. I don't know what. Anyway, good luck, people. It sounds like a really hot mess. So you have my empathy and sympathy. I was just hoping to find out if I wasn't going to have to endure more of a pay cut. And it sounds like that's a distinct possibility because I was hired at a rate XYZ thinking that's what it was going to be. I was never told that it was going to come to an end. So I don't know. That's all I have to say, I guess. I don't know if y'all want to ask me any questions. I don't know what I could say, but I've been a bus driver for, not here, obviously, but for 7 years, and I want to stay and get vested in Nevada PERS. I'm almost there because I was in Clark County. I guess that's where all the money is. So, yeah, I would, after coming here today, I would be very curious to see what progresses and if you all can be transparent about your budget or lack thereof. So I can make decisions for my future.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate your public comment.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
We're good online.
Okay. Is there any further public comment? All right, at this time, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from anyone on the board? Ms. Jansen?
I'd like to make a motion for consideration of the final 24-25 budget amendment and augmentation.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jansen and a second by Ms. Miller. Is there any further discussion from the board?
Yes, I'm not sure on that. I just want a clarification. So I'm looking at the description and it says number 25-01 resolution to amend the general fund, and then number 2502 resolution to augment and amend. Do we need that information in that, don't we? In the
Okay. So it sounds like we need to
Redo it.
I'll resend
resend.
my second.
Yeah.
I'll rescind my motion.
And so we will do it in two different motions. Okay.
Okay.
And
So-
you can even say, resolution, 2501 as presented.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution 2501 to amend the general fund for the fiscal year 24-25. Do I read the second one now?
No.
We'll do that separate. Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt number 2502 resolution to augment and amend certain funds to which ad valorem taxes are not allocated for fiscal year 24-25.
I'll second.
All right, a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion by the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Estes, for your time. Appreciate it. All right, item number 7, the memorandum of understanding with the Washoe Tribe. I believe that we have some individuals here to answer questions.
You know, I'm Reggie. Hello. My name is Cyril Smoke. I'm a chairman of the Washoe Tribe, Nevada, California.
Thank you for coming.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Megan Newman. I'm the Education Services Manager for the Washoe Tribe.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. All right, so Mr. Alvarado, how do you want to proceed with this? Do you want
So the district re-entered
your
negotiations.
mic?
Sorry about that. The district re-entered negotiations with the Washoe tribe for information sharing. We do serve a large population of Native American students, and the tribe also has employees that serve students on our campuses. So we took a look at that agreement. Our legal counsels met and discussed it. Chairman Smokey, Ms. Newman, and I met on separate occasions and discussed the memorandum of understanding, and we refined it to ensure that it's legally compliant. And we'll be putting a process in place next school year to ensure that we receive all appropriate consent forms from parents on an annual basis. And then after we receive that consent form, then we will information share with the tutors from the Washoe tribe. So that's pretty much everything in a nutshell. I'd like to give the opportunity to Chairman Smokey and Ms. Newman to extend the information further.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So really, what we're doing is trying to reestablish the relationships that we've had within the school systems. If you don't know, the Washoe tribe is very spread out. We have 4 colonies over 3 counties, Nevada and California, going to Alpine County, Douglas County, Carson City. But we have land holdings across several counties of Nevada and California, both sides, all around Lake Tahoe. But yeah, what we need is we're trying to gain access for our students so that we can give them that extra outside school system with the extra support. And we used to do this all the time. It used to be very common, and I don't know what happened. I know I graduated from Douglas High School. My mother, the late Lori Pasqua, spent over 30 years developing those relationships especially with Douglas County. And something happened and we lost that connection. And that's what we're really trying to get back to, is for the tribe, is to get that connection back with the school systems, so we have better oversight of our students, give them that better extra support that they need. I've shared with the superintendent as well as recently with the Nevada State Indian Education Board, is that our data is showing that our students across the state is they're failing. And after COVID happened, everything kind of put a lot of damper on programs and such, and we're still rebuilding that. But we know that we can do better, and we want to do better, and that's why we put in the work. And I appreciate everybody's time and effort and work put into the redrafting this new MOU, because we also want to be in compliance. We want to do things correctly. We want to have that open communication so that we're following the rules as well. Nobody's special here, but we all have to follow the rules, and that's why we're really bringing this forward today. And I know our staff and our team has put a lot of effort into it, and we've had numerous meetings with the superintendent, and now we're at a comfortable spot.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're here and working to do better for our students, right? I think that's really important. Are you open to questions?
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone on the board have any questions about the MOU?
I just want to state that I'm so happy that this whole reestablishment and moving forward to educate these beautiful students. I love this. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
I just wanted to know, yeah, it's great that you're here and we can all move forward for the good of everybody. What kind of services are you going to be having for, educational services are you going to be having? Because I think that's a really good idea. I think that some of your students might feel more comfortable if they had tutoring or counseling or whatever right out near where they live. And I think it's a great idea. So I was just wondering what kind of services.
So I'll go ahead and take that question. We provide a wide range of services. So our primary role, we have education advisors that are involved in pretty much every school that you have down here. We have 1 per school. At Douglas High School, we have 2. We have an education advisor and a pre-college advisor, where we provide guidance on what our students want to do outside of high school. We also provide higher education services. So we have our own scholarship programs that we use with our students, and we try to promote those with our students. We do college tours with our high school students, and some of our middle school students starting next year will be doing that. We do a lot of information and referral services for our families. So to our Tribal Healing Center, if we need additional behavior supports for our students, we work with the schools to get those referrals over to culturally relevant resources and also to community resources. We provide advocacy support for our families during IEP and 504 meetings. We do a lot of education with our families on how to go into the schools and navigate the education system. We help them with Infinite Campus and Carson. We do parent square orientations. We do all kinds of things like that. We do home visits if our students are missing school. My job prior to this, I was the truancy / engagement and attendance person for Carson City School District. So chronic absenteeism is a big focus for me. We work with our tribe's truancy department, but also with the school resource officers to get our kids to school. We are the only ones that can do home visits on tribal lands and bring our kids to school. So that is something that we do a lot of. I tell everybody that we're sort of the jack of all trades with our students because we spend a lot of time with our students outside of school, in addition to what we do at school. We work with our kids in the rec departments at Dresserville, Stewart, Carson, Woodford's community, and we tutor them, whatever they need help with. Whatever we see in the schools during the day, we carry that over at night from 3:30 to 5 and do homework with our students. We do activities on the weekends. I spent the first part of this year taking our kids snowboarding as an incentive for their attendance. So we do all kinds of things like that. We're really heavily involved with our students, and we're also a familiar face they see at school every day. So if there are problems with our students, usually we're the first people that are called so we can intervene and get our kids the help that they need. That's kind of just an overview. of
Thank you.
everything.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Welcome, Chairman Smokey. I know quite a few of the residents in the valley out there, good friends of mine. When I came on the board, one of the things that I brought up that there's three of us here from the past board on there, and I was greatly concerned about the testing scores and the grading and everything for our Native Americans, for our African Americans, and for our Hispanic. And I felt that there was, my personal opinion, I'm not speaking for the board, my personal opinion, I felt that there was a major imbalance and that there's got to be some reason. And so that is something that I stress very heavily. I shared that with Mr. Alvarado when he came on. So evidently, that's concern of yours as well. So I want to thank you for coming here. I'm excited about that we can work with you and you can work with us and get back to what we, as you said, what we used to have. That would be something that would be a great accomplishment for our school board, this board right here, is to build that relationship back. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Snyder?
Do you know what percentage of the children from the Washoe tribe currently are enrolled in this?
I would say between Carson City and Douglas County and also Alpine, we have, my last count was pretty close to 100 kids. We also serve students outside of the Washoe tribe under our Title VI grant that we operate. So we serve any Native students that identify themselves within the schools, but I would say it's almost 80% of our enrolled tribal students.
Okay,
It's a large portion of them.
That's great. Thank you.
So I had a question about the tutoring, but it's really nice to hear that since you already are seeing them during the day, you're able to take that, that foundation and already help them with that homework right after school type situation. So thank you for answering that question.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? All right.
I do have something to acknowledge. There's an error in the MOU, and I can point it out. Item 1B6. This is on page 4. What this says is the district can revoke, remove, terminate, or cancel access to records and personally identifiable information obtained by the program service providers without cause and without prior notice. The intent of the agreement was to negotiate what actually happened and give the tribe an opportunity to correct any errors or mistakes in their program without an immediate revocation. So the advice from legal counsel on his way out was to approve the MOU in form acceptable to DCSD General Counsel.
Okay. So that's how the motion needs to read. Okay.
Right. I get a question.
Okay.
Can that be added as a amendment, or how, or just a footnote of the intent?
So that motion allows the general counsel to make the changes in the MOU that's acceptable to the general counsel, and it's approved tonight by the board without any amendment or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions? All right. At this time, we will ask you to please step to the side so we can open it up for public comment. Thank you so much for coming in and talking with us. We really appreciate it. And yeah, you can just, sit in the chairs right behind. Perfect. Thank you. All right. At this time, we would open public comment. We have none online. And
Not online.
seeing as there is none here in the audience, we will close public comment. Is there any further discussion that needs to be had by the board? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion. I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding between the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California and the Douglas County School District in a form acceptable to DCSD legal counsel.
I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much for coming and answering our questions. We look forward to working with you guys. All right. Agenda item number 8, memorandum of understanding tuition agreement with Alpine County. I'm assuming that you will be presenting that.
Yes.
All right.
So Alpine County is a pre-K through 8th grade school district. They do not have a high school. For many years, the district students in Alpine County have attended high school here in Douglas County. And so we have to have a tuition agreement with them. The tuition agreement is at a cost that is an average for the entire district. So it doesn't matter what school site that you're looking at, the cost is to educate a kid. We take the average of all students in the district to calculate that cost.
Okay.
That cost is not listed, but it is explained within the tuition agreement. We're looking to enter into a 3-year tuition agreement to eliminate redundancy of bringing this back on an annual basis.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Alvarado concerning the memorandum?
I do.
Mr. Burns.
This has never been in the past that we've been paid for this?
No, we have had tuition agreements in the past, and we've been compensated for students. The only change in student population is they're now sending inclusive education students to South Lake Tahoe. And very rare occasions do they want to bring inclusive education students down here to the Valley.
Okay, so we had it. It's just
This is a renewal. We
Renewal.
did amend the MOU slightly, but we're looking to have a 3-year term agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right. We will open it up for public comment at this time. Seeing as there is no public comment online or in the audience, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from someone on the board?
I can make a motion. I make a motion that we approve the memorandum of understanding tuition agreement between Alpine County's United School District and Douglas County School District as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Knighting, a second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item number 9, memorandum of understanding DCSD and Douglas County Parks and Rec.
Yeah, this is just a mutual agreement between us and Parks and Recs to provide transportation of students to their after-school programs. This begins, I believe, in September 1 of 2025. and will automatically renew annually unless terminated in accordance with the section 14 in here, which is a 30-day notice.
Okay. Is there any questions from the board? Ms. Miller?
So the Parks Department would be then transporting for like Kids Club versus our buses?
Your mic.
It's an agreement between the district so that we can transport students.
Okay, so then our
Yeah.
buses would be transporting them to like their Kids Club okay.
Correct.
And they're reimbursing, my understanding in the agreement, they're reimbursing that fuel or
There should be a mileage rate.
mileage.
included
That's
in
what
here.
it was.
Yes.
It was mileage.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, we will open it up to public comment. Seeing as there's no public comment, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from someone on the board?
Sure.
All right, Ms. Jansen.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion, for the memorandum of understanding between DCSD, Douglas County Parks and Rec, transportation related, SGG, that's it. Do I have to say the vehicle lease, those two separate things?
no.
Okay. Just as it's written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Jansen, a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion by the board? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, agenda item number 10, dual enrollment program affiliation agreement with UNR and TMCC.
Do you need an explanation to this, or is this something that you understand?
Does anyone have any questions on the board in what they read in their board packet? Okay.
The UNR one, it's of our students going up to UNR to take classes. How many students do we have currently that go up to UNR? Okay.
Yeah, for the record, it's 1 or 2 kids. just
Okay.
'cause there's no microphone back here.
Right. All right, any other questions? All right, we'll open it up for public comment. Seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. Do I have a motion from someone on the board? Or is there any?
I
you
had
have a
one question. For
Okay.
the dual enrollment, that's the dual enrollment program. Is that Jumpstart or is this this is different?
It's different.
Okay.
Correct. It
So
is.
if they
This
were-
is just with TMCC and UNR. We have a different MOU
For the
agreement with.
Jumpstart. Okay, I just wanted to make sure in my head it wasn't cross-referencing.
Yeah.
the two.
Any other questions? All right, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the dual enrollment program affiliation agreement with UNR TMCC.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second by Ms. Miller. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I did forget to excuse Mr. Zinke tonight. He has had a prior vacation planned and is off gallivanting around Europe. So, we let him go since, it was a vacation that was paid for already. So, he probably isn't, but All right, agenda item number 11, graduation requirement administrative regulation. This is for discussion only. Is there any presentation or questions? It's just the AR, correct?
Correct. Just the AR. It's
Okay.
for public awareness and for the board's awareness.
Correct.
There was a conversation about this earlier
Mhm.
this semester.
Right. Does anyone on the board have any questions regarding this AR?
I
Go
have
for it.
one question. I'm just curious why the dual credit are weighted differently for a 2-year institution as opposed to the 4-year institution in calculating GPA. In the AR, it says that if it's a 2-year institution, you get 4.025, and for a 4-year institution, it's 4.05. I'm just curious why there's a differentiating thing between two different colleges.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll send the board an email.
That would be
It
great.
might be an NRS requirement.
Okay.
Okay. That just good to know. All right. All right. We will keep progressing onward with item number 12, Board Policy 437, political activities. This is the first reading. Who's
Yeah.
doing that presentation?
I am.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So would you like to know what the changes are? Or do you want me just to review the policy? Probably just review it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Sounds great.
So we all know politics is a hot button issue, no matter where you're at, or what you're doing. We recognize that as a district, and we recognize the importance of speaking to both sides of every political situation in our classrooms with our students. So in looking at our political activities board policy, we had it reviewed for legal compliance and just to ensure that we're upholding everybody's rights, right? Whether it be an educator, whether it be a parent, whether it be a student or a community member. It's our priority to uphold everybody's rights, no matter what. So as we went through this policy, we identified very clearly what employees should do, what employees should not do, as well as nothing in this policy shall be interpreted as prohibiting following items, just so that we're clear about what educators can do in the class and what they shouldn't do in class. So I'm going to go through some of those items. There's 6 things that employees should do. They should address political topics as impartially and objectively as possible. They should not allow personal biases to intrude or interfere with professional judgment. They should handle political issues in a manner relevant to the content of the course and appropriate to the knowledge and maturity of the students. They should inform the principal or designee when there is a doubt about the impact of the political topic in planned instruction. They should encourage critical thinking by offering multiple perspectives of the issue under discussion, gathering information, considering implications and consequences of varying viewpoints, checking for assumptions, and using questions to guide ideas and clarify thinking. And 6, they should act consistent with district policy, administrative regulations, and school administration guidance on politics and political policy in the education environment. Employees are responsible for ensuring guest speakers adhere to the aforementioned expectations. So this also includes anybody who's asked to come talk to a class or who volunteers to come talk to a class. Employees should not provide or make any representations that their personal views represent the views of Douglas County School District. Instead, employees should take adequate precautions to distinguish between personal and instructional views. Employees should not engage in the education of students, present social and political theories as fact while educating them. Employees should not interfere with another person's exercise of political and citizenship rights and responsibilities while on school district property or during school-sponsored events, unless such activity is inconsistent with applicable policy, regulation, or law. They should not use district privileges, resources, or working time to promote political candidates or partisan political activities. And so nothing in this policy shall be interpreted as prohibiting the following: conducting appropriate activities that encourage students to become involved in the political processes of the party of the student's choice or as a nonpartisan, circulation of literature pertaining to bond referenda for school purposes, and then lastly, utilization of district mail services, email, and bulletin boards for organizational material by collective bargaining agents and their membership in accordance with NRS Chapter 288 and current collective bargaining agreements. And that sums up the policy.
Does anyone have any questions? I do. Did you have a question?
Well, I know that there has been brought to my attention that there were in classrooms, or a classroom in particular, a news station being played for students for 30 minutes with one side viewed only. And so if somebody does do that, what is done about that? Is that a deal for the principal to handle?
Yeah, it's a site level complaint. The direct supervisor of that employee should handle the complaint. Ultimately, they should ask and request to to resolve it at an informal level, which would be showing different news stations and different viewpoints.
Right, because that was a problem. Okay, well, thank you so much.
My question is, does this policy also apply to our Jumpstart teachers that come on campus?
I would have to double check the MOU. With all MOU since I've been here, we have put in there that the other organization or their employees or agents are subject to our board policies and administrative regulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Can you check on that and just let me know?
Yeah.
That would be great. I appreciate it. Miss Knighting?
Can I ask a question? Do our Jumpstart teachers come on campus anymore, or do our students go there now?
Yes. So for their junior year, when they start Jumpstart, they are in class on Douglas High campus. For their senior year, if they continue with Jumpstart, they are at WNC.
So would
So
it
it
be
wouldn't-
different
it would be-
between
yeah.
junior and senior year?
Yes. So we can control what happens on our campuses. We cannot control what happens on WNC campus. So, any other questions? All right. So this is a first reading. What possible action would we take? Because it has to come back for a second reading, correct?
It's a revision, but it's not listed as a revision. So revisions have to have at least one reading, but we plan on bringing it back for a second.
Okay. So we don't need to take action? Is that correct?
You don't need to. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Alvarado? All right.
It does need to be noted that this is a first reading.
I did.
So
Yes.
for the records, because when he brings it back,
I did.
okay.
Yep. Thank you. All right, then we will move on to item number 13, our homework information.
Do you know what, Yvonne?
Yeah.
Where it said it was possible action, do we need to take public comment because it was in because it was in our agenda?
We're not taking action. We don't need to take public comment.
No, you can take action the second time.
Correct. Okay.
I think so.
President.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Brin.
Chairman. I'm going to suggest that you check with legal counsel on that, because if it's noted in here as possible action, we need to make sure that we don't have to do that, and we do not have to do public comment, so we don't get it into an open meeting law violations possibility. So
Yeah, we'll do, but we're not taking any action. So we only get into an OML if you guys make a decision.
I understand that, but it's noted. It's on the agenda. I just want to make sure that we don't get caught into something here.
It just says possible action. It doesn't mean we have
Yeah,
to
it
take
says
action.
possible action. We made no action, so there's no.
I understand that.
Okay. All right. All right. Item number 13.
So we
Take it
will
away.
start with just a little bit of context. I think it was the February meeting.
Mhm.
We had a discussion around homework. The board concluded that they needed more information. So Director Peters and I, Assistant Director Peters and I reviewed your motion to gather more information and bring it to the board. So we're sharing information we got from talking to our teachers and kind of where we are now with homework.
All right, so just to share with you the process, we sent out a Google form to our middle school and high school teachers to get feedback about homework. We had some specific questions, and then we had an open-ended question at the end. We have about 135 middle school and high school teachers in the Valley and at the lake. And from the teachers that received the form, we had 83 responses of yes or no, I give homework or I don't give homework. And the way that the form was created was if you gave homework, if your answer was yes, then continue on to these other questions where we dug into a little bit more of that. So of those 83, 42 said yes, they gave homework and continued to do that. So we asked, the first question was, what level do you teach? And so you'll see we had a lot more responses from high school. twice as many really from high school teachers than middle school. But we also have more high school teachers, so that makes sense. The majority of the time, the teachers responding said they taught general classes, but we also thought that with regard to homework, it was important to find out if they were teaching honors or AP, because we know that those courses might require a little bit more time, are more rigorous in some cases. Do they assign homework? Yes or no? So once we found out if they were middle school or high school, and once we found out what types of courses they taught most often, then yes or no. So there we have pretty much split half and half, really. And then some of the things that we know we had heard were concerns, like homework over the weekend or over a break. So about 60% of those teachers that assign homework said that they assign homework over the weekends. Over the breaks, about 26% said yes. Majority.
Do you, just question on that breaks, do you know if that the 26% are those teachers just any teacher, or do you know if they teach honors or AP?
Well, we don't know. So we asked
Okay.
at the beginning, we have the percentage of teachers that responded. I can go back here.
Right, it was a small percent.
The majority,
like
it was a small
12%.
percentage, right? So with that, yeah, it didn't break it down
Okay.
that way. Over the summer, 21%. We know that over the summer, sometimes if you're taking honors, like even when I was at Carson Valley Middle School as an 8th grader to get into honors English, or even when I went to Douglas High School, summer reading was a part of that. So I think that that's what they're considering over the summer.
Okay.
And then we asked if homework is graded. And of that, 50% that do homework, 95% of those teachers did say that they grade it. That is all we asked, because that is a whole nother conversation that could be hours. Whether it is graded based on learning progressions and what students are actually learning, whether it is grading as a compliance grade, like you get 5 points every time you bring in a homework, whether the answers are right or not. I think there's a lot of things like that that could be dug in about grading of homework. From the open-ended questions that we asked, we said, share anything that you think is important for us to know about homework. These were some of the key takeaways. Most teachers that are assigning homework are using it as an extension of in-class work, or if students are absent or need more time from, they just didn't get it done in class. A lot of that is becoming homework for the students. AP and honors teachers shared that homework's necessary to cover the extensive content and get ready for exams that happen sometimes after a break. I think especially spring break's one of those, unfortunately. Really, if it's an on-level general content class or electives, there's really not a lot of homework, again, unless that classwork is incomplete. Math teachers shared that really they feel that repetition and practice is important. So some of that homework is just for kids to get, a squared plus b squared equals c squared over and over and over, potentially. Really, it is based on student circumstances sometimes, if homework is assigned or not, excuse me. One of the key things, and this goes back to that grading slide, most homework is graded for completion, not accuracy, which brings up a whole lot of questions, right? And how that's calculating into students' grades if we really want grades to represent learning and not just I did something or and so that's kind of just some of those big key takeaways. And so really, we just wanted to share with you, we know that you had some concerns with homework, some questions. And so we really now just want to hear from you if you have further suggestion to us or direction to us from our office as to what to do with this, if this helped answer some of those questions you had, if you need more information.
Go for it. So am I to understand that if they just turn it in, they get graded on that and if they, regardless of whether it's good work or bad work?
Could be like that in some classrooms, yes, that like homework, when they set up maybe their Infinite Campus, homework is a small percentage with the grading AR that we have. That actually was part of your packet because of something else that was in there tonight. It wasn't about the homework, but that's where the homework information and guidance for the district lives. There's not a separate homework policy. That was work that Shannon did, I think, prior to me coming to the district. But it does say that the grade on a homework assignment should not really have a significant impact on a student's grade one way or the other.
So why have them do it at all?
So, well, that's a huge philosophical question. And you could have 100 people in the room and you'll have 50 that say every kid should do homework, and you'll have 50 that say they shouldn't need to do homework. So, it's a big thing with teachers. So we just want to make sure that we know from you the direction you want to go, if you have a direction for us, or if this was really answering the questions you had with that.
Thank you, Leslie.
You're welcome.
Questions. I have a question. I know for we start about 2 weeks behind other schools throughout the country, and that affects our AP students. So they're continually behind once we get to that AP testing. So I know our students, they have that extra work, especially that junior year when they're doing the AP testing and then they're getting ready for ACT. That junior year is a pretty rough one for these students, and that's going to make or break and see where they're going to be at college type situation. So I know those AP students are doing extra work because they're already behind. And that's just because of when our school year starts. Unfortunately.
Well, that and the breaks that we have, right?
Well, that's the thing is they're working on the breaks. We can probably, defer out to
absolutely.
Olive and ask her how many AP classes did she take her junior year? How many times did she end up, I have a friend and her student, when she was doing this, she would dance and then she would study for AP, and it was dance and study. And it was just it's just what happens their junior year when they're taking 4 AP classes out of 6.
Any other questions?
Well, I don't understand how in middle school and high school that there would be no homework. In math, in language arts, to me, especially as someone who was a teacher, I really think that in some case, there's a lot of cases where they need, like when you're learning algebra or geometry, if you're not reinforcing that, that's why kids are doing, not just Douglas County, nationwide, kids are doing poorly in math. And I think it's because they're not doing, like you said, the repetition, A plus B is C. You have to do that to get it in your head so that when it's time to take your tests, and it's when you go to college, it's in your head and you're prepared to do that work. So, science, you need to master some skills, and, in art, when you do it in class, if you don't finish it, you take it home. That I understand. But I think there should be a policy, and I think that the teachers should be very instrumental in that policy, and they should meet, as a department, like the Douglas County Math Department, they should come up with something, and then they should make recommendations maybe to the middle school, because I've actually had conversations about that where they said that kids come from middle school, they're not prepared. So maybe the high school teachers could come up with their program and then make a recommendation to the middle school, meet with all the middle school math teachers. And then maybe the middle school math teachers could meet with some of, the 4th and 5th grade teachers. I think more across, more communication and more alignment would help. I think it would help with test scores. I think it would help with kids' understanding and proficiency in those areas.
My concern is having homework that is graded strictly on completion, right? A kid can do 100 problems, but they can do it wrong 100 times. And then when they go to take the test, they wonder why they only got a 30 or 40%. Well, the completion grade does not compensate for the failure of the test. And so And as a parent, when I look in Infinite Campus and I see 100 after 100 after 100, and then I see a 53 on a math test, I want to know, why was that the deciding factor and not caught on the homework? And so that's where I really am struggling. You know, we have, and I'm sure I'm not the only parent that feels that way. And in I think honors and AP homework level is going to be very different than a general class, because AP, you know, when you sign up to take an AP class, you know you're signing up for rigorous work. And if you don't know that going in, your counselor should have very strongly advised you, and that needs to be a whole different discussion. My hope is that we could develop a new policy, a new homework policy by the start of the school year, so that going into next year, when school starts in August, our teachers have that to go on.
Can I share a thought about that?
Yes.
I think that this is a topic that requires teacher voice, definitely. I don't think that Shannon and I, even with Frankie, necessarily should be the ones creating a policy that has a huge impact on teachers and how they run their classroom. So perhaps a task force made up of teachers from middle school and high school, along with Shannon and myself, to do this work. It would not be ready in August, but I don't think that it would be wise for us to create a policy and basically start telling teachers what to do in their classrooms and how they're going to do things. I'm not sure that
I don't want to tell teachers, like, this is what you have to do.
I think
in
they
your
need to
classroom.
be
Agreed.
involved in the process. I think we need to hear their voice about, like I said, I mean, and Susan said it, she supports homework, right? But there could be someone else in this room that thinks that kids need to learn in the classroom and be held accountable in the classroom, and then be able to go outside of school and be involved in community activities and those kinds of things, right? And so I think it's a very hot topic. And so I think we need to figure out how to create a group to look at that, including teachers. And it's summer, and so it probably wouldn't be ready in August, but I think that would probably be a better way to go.
I have a question. Yeah.
My concern is that, like, back in February, we had asked for it to come forward. And I feel like we've, I don't know, patient is not the right word. But I feel like we should have a better handle on this already, instead of waiting until school starts. Are you understanding where I'm coming from?
Yeah. Sounds like you're frustrated that we didn't send this survey out and
Yeah.
bring it forward until June.
Correct. And I know you guys have a lot on your plate.
It wasn't something that we were asked to, I mean, you asked in February, but we were not made aware that we needed to bring it forward prior to June.
Okay.
So.
Point of order. There's others has questions.
Yes, Ms. Dickerson.
You know, I think that it's fair to say that we ask teachers to do a lot of things, even with, say, EPIC. You have to have a vision board, you have to do this, you have to do that. In fact, there's people that go in and make sure they are doing those things. So I don't know that it's such a stretch, especially if we're having students do something that absolutely has no basis in anything. It's not serving anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, they can just write anything they want, and it's like, yeah, okay, well, you get, some sort of credits or grade for doing absolutely nothing. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel right to me.
Ms. Jansen?
So again, I don't think they should have hours of homework. You know, my daughter was a swimmer. She had 3 hours of swimming after school, but she still had homework. So she had to learn to manage her time. That's part of what you learn in school. I totally think the teacher's voice is the one that should be the driving force in this. I think that if you get several teachers together, some that don't like it and some that do, they could come up with a compromise that would work for everybody. And there's lots of research on this, and maybe we should all do some research to see what works best. But again, the teachers should be the ones making the decision. We're just the ones that say, can you get something going? And the other thing is I would never give homework as busy work. If I give an assignment to do homework, I'm going to check it and give the kid a grade. It's not fair to those kids. Then they'll say, I don't value this homework because I'm not getting graded. I'd always give them a grade, at least a plus, check a plus or a minus, and then put a number on it. You can't, it's a waste of time, and it's a waste of the kids' time to have something that they're not going to get, I would always say, they'd say, well, I'm not getting paid for this. I'd say, yeah, you're getting paid in good grades. So that's their compensation for doing the work. And I would even sometimes in middle school put stickers or start and say, great job. I mean, it's a lot of work for teachers to have homework, but you know what? That's part of the job of being a teacher.
Mr. Burns, had a question?
Thank you. Trustee Jansen had a comment way earlier, and she made a comment about teachers, like say in high school, that their kids get there, they don't know certain. Why aren't we asking those teachers what they're expecting or what they want from the grades that's going to be coming into their classes? In other words, high school, if you're a 9th grade math teacher, why aren't we talking to those math teachers in high school of what their expectations of for the middle school, and the middle school, what their expectations for the elementary? I had one teacher say to me, nobody asked me. Because I asked, they said, the kids come in, they can't do this, they can't do this. And I said, really? I said, yeah. But nobody asked me. Because I will tell them what they need to have. So maybe we need to tap into the source of the people that's actually involved in it and what their expectations. Otherwise, the comment was also, I have to back up and I have to teach them all these things, and I lose all this time going forward. And it makes sense. If they're not there, we need to do something about that so they are at that point and level. And if we're getting this inconsistency all over, then we maybe need to put policies, and they don't need to know where those policies came from the other teachers, but those teachers do have a right for that expectation. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you.
And we have created opportunities for teachers from the middle school to meet with teachers from the high school on professional development days for those purposes.
Yeah, I know that. I have heard that. But what I'm saying is leave them out, let the ones, what they have expectations, and let them develop what their expectations are, and let them put it and hand it to the teachers and say, this is where your kids need to be. This is what you need to do in order to reach this point for those kids to be successful. Otherwise, they're just going to keep dropping behind, further and further behind.
That's why we have state standards, right? So a teacher should be teaching to state standards. That's the
understand that,
requirement.
But we have to put the standards on there as well, because it's not working.
Yes.
In regard to a homework policy itself, I'm looking up the AR 513 that you, and I think it has a good structure here. I think in making any sort of policy is what we're trying to do is establish guiding principles, but really letting teachers govern their own classroom in accordance.
Which we feel like a lot of time and conversations with teachers and administrators went into creating this AR, and especially around homework and grading of homework. And so the work you're asking us to do has been done, and this is what they came up with.
Yeah.
And
Well, and
I guess we need guidance on if this isn't good enough, what.
Well, I'm reading the AR 513, and I think it has really good stuff. I think timely and appropriate feedback. I think we just need to be implementing what we have here and be sure that we're, adhering to these principles. I don't think we need to reinvent a wheel here.
I totally agree. And it's a part of every beginning of year annual review that administrators go over AR 513 and their expectations. And we should make an emphasis on homework section. I totally agree with you. I feel like it is here, and we do need our administrators implementing it.
But possibly if there's something that we would like added to this, we could just amend this AR, but I don't think we need to start from scratch writing more policy. I think we have a good structure right here to work with.
I totally agree with you. We spent hours on this in the committees.
Turn my mic off, sorry. Are there any, are there any other questions?
We might have a student perspective.
Olive, would you like to voice your opinion?
Sure. I was just thinking on the like grading homework by completion part of it, or grading it on accuracy. I know sometimes in my I kind of only took AP classes this year, but in my classes this year, if we were studying for like the AP tests, say all the practice tests, they assigned us like 3 or 4 practice tests. I just don't think it's really reasonable for the teacher to like grade every single one of them. There's just like a lot and all that stuff. Also, we do like note taking, and our notes get graded on if they're complete, if they're long enough, but not on the actual structure of the notes. And I feel that that's enough. So I think it's circumstantial when you need to grade it on accuracy and when on just completion. So I don't think saying just completion or just accuracy would be beneficial to either the students or the teachers.
So I agree with you, but AP students are different. You're going to do your work. The teachers know their kids. But like I've told this story probably several times. I had to teach algebra once in a 9th grade in high school, and I didn't even have a math credential. But the kids couldn't even do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of fractions and decimals. So I had to go research, go back and teach them that, because math, you build one layer on the other, right? So for basic math, if those kids aren't doing homework, they're going to come to 9th grade to do algebra, and they're going to be back in 8th grade as far as their math ability. So those 8th grade math teachers should have made sure those kids knew that before they moved them to 9th grade. So the teachers need to get together and talk about where the gaps are, what kids need them. And after, as the year goes by, as a teacher, you could just glance at a kid's paper and say, I know that these are mostly right. I know that these are not. And you correct them based on your knowledge of the kids and make it fair to everybody. So if you were in my class, I'd know Olive. I don't have to check on Olive. Olive is going to do above and beyond. And because you care about achieving. So the teachers, you can give them a lot of leeway because they do know the kids. But that's why if they communicate with each other and come up with something, then everybody still has the flexibility to run their classroom the way they want, but yet they know that there needs to be some homework and accountability and how much each kid needs to, some kids, if you grade they're poor test takers. So if you grade their homework, it'll help their grade and make them encouraged to keep going and keep trying. So, there's good and bad. I don't think you should have 5 hours of homework, different if you're all AP, but you should have time to do other things. But an hour of homework a night is okay, for all your classes, for anybody. Maybe not elementary, but maybe starting in 4th and 5th. But it can't hurt because it's also teaching you how to manage your time and to do what you're, practice having a job. When you have a job, you have to do a lot of things you don't want to do sometimes. And you just have to do it and do the best you can and manage your time. So that's something that you really learn in school. So there's a lot to be gained, but I definitely see what you're saying.
I totally agree that we should have homework and everything. I just think there shouldn't be one policy for everything, or maybe 2 specific policy, just giving each different class and circumstance.
I was saying there should be a framework.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, where the teachers know that they need to do this, but they are going to do it in the way that works for their students.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, getting back to the policy so we can tell them what we want to have done here. I think we need to go over what we have here. And is there something in this that we would like changed or added to Or because if you read over graded homework, it's really a good framework here. And if we're, and I can see where they're saying at the elementary level, homework will not count as part of the academic grade at an elementary level. I mean, we can look at these parts if we're okay with that or not, but I think we need to get back to what do we want them to do with this?
So maybe giving more clear guidance on the AR, which takes us backwards to number 11. Can we do that?
Yeah.
It is, but in that graduation requirement is the attachment of the AR 513. Yeah.
The way
And
this is on the agenda, you have full authority to give direction.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that we were not going to create an OML. That'd be bad.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
I had a teacher that, I think going back a couple of years, but don't say anything. And that teacher said, if you get certain grades in class and stuff, if you're at a certain level, you don't get homework. If you don't reach that point, you get homework. So you in essence, you're rewarding somebody like Olive that her grades are there. She didn't get the homework. She's proved that she can do it. And it's not a punishment. It says you need help. And this is what the help is. We need to get more. So there's different angles to it. But the thing is, the problem is if we don't do something to make it change and change correct, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying if we don't make the proper change, then we failed the kid didn't fail. And then we get to the point to where they can't handle what's going on, and then we're too late. So it's kind of like caught between a rock and a hard place. You've heard that term before. We don't want to wait and see. We just have to in any way. And I know I'm frustrating Mr. Brown, but
No, I
that's,
understand.
no, I understand.
What you want us to do?
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
Yep.
Is it double down on the implementation? We've already, as soon as we had this written, we introduced it the next year. We took all of our leadership team through what AR was and made sure they understood it, gave them activities to do with their staff so that their staff understood the new AR. And then since then, new teachers get trained on it and we actually do an annual review and we can easily emphasize the implementation. Because I think I agree with you with the work that got done. I feel it's a solid framework and the expectations.
Yeah, I'm not coming against anything that you've presented. It's just, it's been frustrating because I watched from 2010 and everything's gone downhill since. But we think this year, I think it's turning, and that turn going up is such a crucial factor. I know you guys want that. Whatever we can do. And my suggestion is find out more information from what the expectation is per se of a 9th grade math teacher of an 8th grade when they're done, where they need to be in order to come into their class. That's just an example, but that's what my thought is. Kind of takes it off from you guys too, because then they're requesting it and they're giving it to them.
I hear that, but I feel like that's a different conversation than homework expectations.
Could be, yeah.
So looking at this policy, it's been taken to the board for revision 14 times since December of 2003. So the district's done a lot of work on this policy. Is the board comfortable with Leslie and Shannon forming a task force, getting teacher input, taking another look at that framework? And that may take up until October, November.
Is that something that can be done so that it is implemented within the next school year? Or do we have to wait until the following school year to implement a new AR?
Typically we would send out an annual notification, so we probably can implement that and over communicate this is the new regulation if it changes.
Right.
If it changes.
I think we really need to decide what in here do we find lacking? Because just creating a task force still doesn't give them any sort of direction.
Right.
Is there something specific that we find lacking in what's here?
So here is some of my concerns, I guess I could say, is that, I've had kids that have come home and they're like, it's Friday afternoon. My class just assigned me over spring break. I have to read this particular book and I have to write a paper on it. You're in a regular English class. That should not be happening. In an AP class, you know what? That is a totally different rigor. And so I made phone calls to the school and I looked at, then this was prior to my being on the board. I looked at everything that I could find to try to find something that says that teachers can't do that. If they are going to take the week off and go to Hawaii or Disney World or wherever, and they're taking a break, then our students should be taking a break as well. And I know that we have teachers that will assign packets of homework over break. The whole purpose of having October break and Christmas break and the February break and spring break is so that our students do get that break from school. So they're not doing schoolwork. Now, if they have work that needs to be made up, that's different. That's previous assignments that have not been completed, and they have the opportunity to take that time over a break to complete that work, to make that up. And so I want the students to have breaks when they need them and they're given to them and have that opportunity. And also, I don't think any student should go home and do 5 or 6 hours of homework every night. Because I never took my work home. No job requires you to, okay, you're going to put in 8 to 10 hours a day and then you're going to go home and you're going to do 5 or 6 more.
Unless you're a teacher.
Unless you're a teacher and teachers go above and beyond.
Right. So if I'm hearing you, you are wanting some kind of addition that clearly states students taking general content courses would not be assigned homework over a weekend or breaks or summer. You're wanting students who are not taking an honors class or an AP class to have those breaks like teachers, but you also understand if a student is opting into an honors class or AP or Jumpstart where the breaks don't even line up. So
Right.
those students
Yeah,
never
they
get
don't.
a break.
They don't.
That they are understanding and signing up for knowing that they are going to be expected to be working over the weekends or longer assignments over the summer or breaks.
Right.
Is that
And I think it's different if you have a Thursday class and you assign homework, and you see them again on Monday, because we have the AB schedule at the high school. They have Thursday night and Friday night to complete that work. And what's assigned on Thursday is the same as they can do it that night or they could do it over the weekend. That's their choice. But I don't think it's fair to say, okay, you've got this big project. It's due on Monday and it's Friday afternoon.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Burns.
I don't think you can put a blanket on everything. And because kids are not all the same and they're all different levels. If I was going to make a motion, my motion would be is to actually put this in place. That's your start, but I believe that there needs to be a monitoring, a continual monitoring of everything that goes on. If we're going to make a change, we can't throw something out there on the table and say, here it is. We need to make sure that it's working. And if it's not, we need to hear from the teachers. We need to hear what's going on and make adjustments accordingly. And those adjustments is what's going to make the difference. It's not that you didn't do it right. It's just that things change as they go and you find out more information and you need to be able to adjust. And somebody needs to be monitoring it in order to make adjustments as they need to be. That, I believe the adjustments would come from the recommendations from, again, teachers that have expectations for what they're going to be like the following year. So there's a combination of things that we can discuss this all night long. But the fact is, I think you got to get started, and I think you got a great start. But I think we just need to be able to continually tweak it as we go on. If the grades are coming up, you know you're on the right track. If the rutted level are going down, you know it's not. And we just can't accept what has happened in the past, not blaming anybody. It's just we can't accept that, and we have to turn it. And the way to turn it is you got to continually monitor what's going on and make the changes accordingly. Thank you.
Yvonne? Oh, do you have something?
Yeah, she has something.
I was just going to say, I don't know that I'm comfortable saying a blanket thing of teacher, you cannot give homework on a weekend or over a break. I would be more in favor of an overarching, just be considerate of students' breaks and time. But to me, it would be overreaching to dictate what a teacher can and can't do. I would want to take a step back and overarching, please be considerate of students' breaks and time.
Yvonne?
Yes.
So yeah, as a teacher, you know, you look at your standards and you plan for your whole year. And I always felt like, oh my God, how am I going to get all this in? And some teachers feel that if they give homework, that they'll be able to get more in and the kids will be able to move faster. And, you know, kids from all over the world are way ahead of American kids and they have to do 1,000 times more. So we don't want to coddle them. I mean,
Agreed.
but what needs to happen and what does usually happen, and most teachers are reasonable. So over a holiday or a weekend, you can have a reasonable short story and a 2-paragraph paper. I don't think you should have hours. Agreed. Shouldn't have hours of homework because you should assume that kids have a life after school. But if it's necessary for the curriculum, for the teachers, for the kids to move forward in that class so that they're learning more and having more success, that's up to that teacher who really knows their curriculum and knows what's the best choice.
Anonymity.
So next steps.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's 100% agreement.
No, there's not.
As a board.
Yeah, there isn't.
But
But we are,
next month, and we all research this and read it and really understand it and come with some questions or suggestions.
we still don't have teachers at the table next month. So it may be best to wait
Right.
until we can do a task force.
We can invite
Yeah.
them. They don't have to come though.
No, I agree.
Mr. Burns.
Teachers have to have the last say in that.
I think you need to implement. At this point, you're just going to wait, and the implementation of it is key to get it kicked off. Now, the adjustments has to come afterwards. If you wait, you're starting a year behind. If you wait to get together with the teachers and everything, start it, implement it, let them get involved in it, then let them bring it back to us with the changes. That's fine. But is that what you're looking for?
Well, I agree with you. I 100% agree that we need to stress implementation and some follow through. And with almost 400 teachers and 400 interpretations of this, it can still be a challenge. Any initiative that you change has a variety of how it rolls out, and depending on administrators and how often they're talking to them about this and how often it comes to the administrator's attention or the teacher's attention is going to affect it. I think we're on the same page here that we need to do a better job of implementation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Would it be better to say, okay, well, we'd like to create a homework policy, or should we direct you to maybe, and I know then this is graduation requirements, would that be a good place to add in, breaks and more detail? I'm not sure what would be.
I mean, I think since it's part of the AR and it's in this, and there was a reason that it went there when it was taken from policy to AR. I think we do that. I think Shannon and I have a presentation to all of our administrators at the end of July and August. I think that maybe a starting place is we bring this back out. We have another deep conversation with our administrators around homework, around what the AR says, around what grading should look like. And our expectation of them is that they go back and they communicate that to their teachers. And we have a conversation about what does monitoring look like. I would imagine, I mean, I was a principal. That wasn't something that I monitored. It's like Shannon said, if a parent called and had a concern, then it would be brought to my attention, right? But that's something that we can have more conversation about. And it could be that in that conversation, we say, you know, we'd like to be mindful of students' break time also. And so maybe that's something that can be communicated to the teachers from the administrators when school starts and say, this was a conversation at the board. And we might be able to make some of those changes without a task force and just by bringing it back to the forefront of what administrators are thinking and communicating.
Right.
So it sounds like maybe that's what needs to happen rather than some whole big thing over here that turns into something bigger.
Right.
Reintroduction. to
Yes.
Bringing
Yes.
it to the forefront.
And that's something that we
Okay.
can do now. And that happens with administrators and teachers prior to school starting. So everyone hears again. These are some concerns that we need to be monitoring this more closely. We need to be making sure that we are following what the AR says about how we are implementing it and how we are grading it. And are we giving specific and timely feedback to students if we're asking them to do something, right?
Right.
It should be about their learning.
Right.
Homework
Absolutely.
and anything we ask students to do should be about their learning. It shouldn't be about points. It shouldn't be about a grade. It should be something
Are they
that
learning
helps
from what
them
they're
learn
doing?
the standard.
It's gotten a lot better just with this AR because one of the things we were trying to get rid of is they're great. Well, I mean, there were classes that if they needed supplies, you got extra credit for bringing in
Right.
Kleenex boxes. That should never be reflected in a student's grade.
Correct.
100%.
That is almost complete. I hope completely gone away.
Wow.
But, and so it takes time. Like Mr. Burns said, it does take time and you got to keep making little tweaks as you learn about them.
That's right.
I think it doesn't stop. And sometimes we think if you're into corporate, which I was in the business end of things and everything, you set a standard, you set a policy, you implement, this is it. But I always went to to people and said, okay, here it is. But you tell me what you don't like and you tell me what we need to change. And then we'll talk about that part, but at least you got the groundwork. You've got to start. And that's what I see this. Maybe it's right spot on. I don't know. My opinion is I can't sit here and tell you what I want because, and evidently you can't neither because that's why we're here, why you're here. But also we need to work as a team. And that's everybody. Everybody needs to work together in order to, and tap into those that are, whatever they're good at, that's what you tap into to get their opinion. I have a very high respect for Christine Ensign. I have a very high respect. I listen to everything she has to say because she's smart in her field, but I'm not going to talk to her about something that has nothing to do with what she covers. See, I'm going to talk. So I think I think it's there. I think we need to implement it. And I think it needs to be tweaked. It needs to be changed. And from year to year, you may have to change it just because other things change. And that's where I'm at. I can't tell you what to change and what not to change. But I can tell you my experience is I got homework if I wasn't meeting a certain standard when it came time for the holiday.
So I think that I should say I would like to have you report back in August after you've talked to the administrators, and see how that conversation goes, what their feedback is, how they're planning to, talk to their staff and site personnel. And maybe we start there and go from there. Does that sound
So we're invited, I believe, to the July 30th training. Is that when you're talking about? No?
That day is reserved for Frankie.
Oh,
And
okay.
some other
That's my
training.
welcome back day.
Never mind. Okay.
Welcome back to what?
Welcome back to 25, 26.
Oh,
So if you're good with that, because you said you meet beginning of August timeframe, so would that be reasonable to come back at the August meeting and report back how that went and what that looks like?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Does everyone on the board
if,
have? Okay.
it'd have to be, it'd have to be
It's
public comment time.
we're not taking any
You're not
action.
taking any action.
We're just giving guidance, correct?
Yeah, you're just discussing. I mean, you're welcome to open up public comment,
Okay.
but just know that if you get other requests, you probably should allow that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have a problem opening public comment and listening. I-
Are you to send out to us the, when those dates are? If I'm freed up, I wouldn't mind.
I
just
don't know that
listening.
it would be good for us as if they're getting direction and whatnot as a board. I don't think that that would be our place to go to that.
So you're invited to the 30th.
Right.
I'm not sure what date Ed Services will schedule with our admin team.
Okay.
It may be best that they relaunch this implementation of this policy with them on their own.
Right.
And then come.
Without the board.
Yeah.
Present.
Okay.
Agreed. All right. I'm sorry.
Allison Gray. I just wanted to point out, I know things are done differently than when I was a kid, but there could be great value to ungraded homework. What we always did, we did the homework and the next day we came into the class and we discussed it. And we went over it and the correct answers with our own papers. The teacher did not take it and then give it back later. So anything that was wrong, we discussed and we fixed. Because if you're in physics, you're in calculus, you're in trig, maybe you didn't understand something. And that means you get an F on your homework because you weren't able to complete it correctly. Instead, we came into the class the next day and we said, I got this wrong. I didn't know how to do it. We discussed it. We fixed it. So it was not wasted. It did not damage your grade. And you did get credit for doing it. And the papers were turned into the teacher. He would also look and say, okay, look, I see somebody had this problem. We'll discuss it again in the future. So grading for homework is not always valuable, depending upon what it is, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 students. I 100% agree that teachers should be involved in this, but I also think you're missing parents. Homework for completion requires parents' buy-in because we are the ones who have to check that homework, even though it's not getting graded. So I really think that you have to have parents involved in this as well. And I have 3 very, very, very different learners, and 1 hour of homework for one is 2 for another. So I think that also needs to be taken into account. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other public comment? We're good online?
Good online.
All right. We will close public comment. At this time, we are going to jump backwards in our agenda and go to closed session. Okay, I just didn't want to start before you were ready for us. All right, we are back from closed session. And in closed session, we, just so that the public is aware for transparency reasons, we were in discussion with our lawyer about the SB 500 money that the state just came out with. So that's what we were discussing. All right, we will proceed with agenda item 14, board policy 551, student political activities. This is the first reading. I'm not sure who's presenting that.
I am.
Okay, take it away.
Yeah, so this policy is for students. It coincides with the teacher and employee political activities policy.
Mhm.
And so I'm just going to go right through it. The Board of Trustees respects, recognizes, and encourages the rights of students to engage in political speech. This policy is intended to ensure that student political activity is conducted in a manner consistent with the educational mission of the Douglas County School District and the safe and orderly operation of the learning environment. So students may engage in political expression and activities on school grounds during non-instructional time, as long as such expression does not, and there's 4 criteria, does not substantially disrupt the educational process, does not substantially interfere with the rights of others, does not involve the use of school resources for political advocacy, or suggest school endorsement of a political candidate, party, or position. Nothing in this policy shall be construed to limit students from engaging in campaign activities for school leadership offices or other school-based student elections. Should a student group or an affiliated organization, such as a school-based booster club or a school-sponsored organization, such as PTA or PTO, obtain permission to hold a candidate night, political fair, or similar activity, all candidates for the office as representative must be given an equal opportunity to participate, speak, and/or display materials. In the view of voting rights of 18-year-old students, school facilities may be used as meeting sites for student political groups before or after the regular instructional day or during lunchtime as approved by site administration. A teacher or community person approved by the principal designee must be in attendance at such meetings. Voter registration events for eligible students are permitted when approved by the principal or designee. And that sums up the policy.
All right, do we have any questions about the policy?
So I heard PTO, PTA. We also have Parents Club.
It
Or
would fall
does
under,
it
it would fall under the
go for
same,
that?
yeah,
Okay.
same group.
I just want to make sure we don't exclude any of our.
Yeah, it says school-based booster club
Okay,
or a special sponsored organization such as.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so it would be included in there. Okay. Any other questions? Thoughts, comments? Okay.
Olive, would you like to share a student perspective on political activities? No, you don't have to. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not to put you on the spot there, Olive,
Yeah.
sorry. All right, then that is our first reading, and so we'll come back to that next month for our second reading. And because we don't adopt it at the first reading.
Correct. It's discussion only on the first reading.
Okay. All right, on to board policy 808, school lunch. This is the second reading.
Yes, at the last meeting, we did a first reading with Jordy, our director of school nutrition. And we made the revisions to align George Wattell's lunchtime activities with Douglas High School lunchtime activities. That was the only revision made to this.
Perfect. All right, any other questions? All right. I just making sure. Oh,
I
Mr. Burns,
appreciate it.
sorry, I
Thank
don't
you.
see you behind Melinda a lot of times. Sorry.
Yeah. Are we, on the school nutrition today, are we still following Michelle Obama's guidelines from when she set that back how many years ago?
I would have to research it. I think that was called My Plate.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And it regulates what we cannot give kids and what we can give kids. And we can't have any program, or in other words, something that one of the teachers would want to do? Are they stipulated that they cannot feed the kids certain things? What?
Yeah, so that's all outlined in the wellness policy. It is a federal guideline. So the AR 230 was updated to our most recent policy. And that's the AR that's attached.
Okay.
So what they did eliminate is the smart snack nutritional standards. Those have been eliminated.
So didn't we have a teacher that had to drop something they were doing because of that? Because it couldn't feed them certain things.
Yeah, I'm not familiar, but Ms. Dwyer can speak to that.
Yeah. Mr. Brown probably knows.
So it was a program at one of our elementary schools where they were serving breakfast, but they were serving breakfast during food sales. So we have policy that states that you can't sell food on a campus during the same time that food's being sold through nutrition services. Competitive food sales is what it is. And it's in the policy. It talks about that. That's what was happening. So we just asked the program to shift around times that breakfast was being sold.
But wasn't a part of that also was they were limited to what they could and could not give them?
They have to, so they couldn't
That falls
have
under the-
pancakes and donuts unless it was approved through follow the nutritional guidelines set forth by the Federal Food and Drug Administration.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Burns, just so you're aware, I believe twice a month the kids are allowed to bring in special treats for like their birthdays. Oh, I think it's a month. Yeah. Yeah. Certain times to celebrate birthdays and things like that. So that's how we get around this, but we can't have it during breakfast and lunch sales.
Does that answer your questions? Okay. All right. Any other questions? Discussion? All right. We would like to open it up for public comment at this time. All right. Seeing as there is no public comment, we will close public comment. And do I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the school lunch reading as revised.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I have a motion.
All right.
Yeah, I think we need to specify more.
Yeah, too, because you have a
because it's
wellness
board
AR
policy
230
808.
and a wellness board policy 808. You got two of them there, so you're going to have to specify them.
Okay. It was only
So-
listed as board policy 808 school lunch.
Yeah, and administrative regulations, this is just for your awareness and public awareness. They don't need board approval.
But the board policy does.
The BP does, yes.
Yes. So it would just be,
I said board or school lunch.
I rescind my second.
do we need, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve board policy 808 school lunch with the revisions.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. Miller,
Second.
second by Ms. Jansen. Any further discussion from the board? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, on to item number 16, Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 812, cell phones.
I will present this as well.
Okay.
So BP 812 was established in August of 2010. It was established with good intent to enhance communication between district employees, administration and employees, administrators and administrators, but also with employees and parents at home. Looking at different ways that we can be more efficient with our budget expenditures. I worked with Jesse Bates, our interim director of IT, and he helped do some research on the cost of district cell phones. And so Jesse's going to help present all the facts that he's collected, and then we'll also share our anticipated cost savings.
Hi there, this is Jesse Bates. So the average cost of our first gen phones right now is about $36,000 per year. We have about 62 numbers are currently live. The cell phones are currently issued to the board, district supervisors, principals, vice principals, and senior staff of the district office. That makes up about the 62 phones we have. The encumbrance per month again is $3,000 times 12 is $37,000, depending on how many lines we have active that specific moment. We're trying to migrate to Google Voice. Google Voice with 100 lines that if we use all 100 licenses would be $15,000 for the entire year. We're not anticipating using that. We're probably going to be closer to 10,000 with a savings of about $26,000 if we were to turn off all the FirstNet phones tomorrow, basically, over 1 year.
So the recommendation to the board would be consider suspending the BP and AR, or we can extend conversation on what the board's thoughts are regarding this expenditure reduction.
All right. Does anybody have any questions?
So I have some questions because obviously in certain areas we do not get good cell service. So what does that look like if we take away a district phone for those locations?
That's a good question. So with the Google Voice app being installed on an employee's personal phone, we would also allow them to roster their MAC address from their personal device onto our Wi-Fi. That is work that would be done by Jesse and Val, and potentially our new director if it's not done prior to his arrival. But Jesse and Val, you can speak a little bit further into that process.
I just know we have a couple of dead zones down here and up at the lake.
Yeah, and right now, I think you guys are familiar with AT&T locations are, and AT&T or FirstNet is an AT&T subsidiary, so the FirstNet phones work pretty well in those schools. Obviously, we don't all have AT&T cell phones. I have T-Mobile, Verizon's out there, AT&T, and all the miscellaneous sub vendors of those. So we will be adding the employees that currently have the district phones, their cell phones to the Wi-Fi, so the Google Voice app can work there. Now, it doesn't solve the problem when there's power outages. We understand that. And not every school has perfect Wi-Fi in every single spot either. So we're not going to eliminate every single dead zone, but that's our current plan of action.
I'm just concerned with like the power outages and how we communicate with our staff.
To follow up with you. So I understand your concern with how it's going to work, but actually with it being a Wi-Fi enabled device, if you don't have cellular service on your phone because you're in a dead area, you will still be able to do your Wi-Fi calling with that, and you will be connected to a school site. So you will still have that coverage. So it'll be kind of like having two different service providers, because you'll have the site service. If your phone isn't working, you will still be able to send and receive calls, texts, and those kinds of things. Whereas if you just had a cell service, you would not be able to do that. So does that help?
It does, except if there's obviously a power outage and we have no Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so regarding the power outages and Wi-Fi, we do have UPS battery backups throughout the district, and we've tried to install a lot of them. But average runtime for these is gonna be about 30 minutes, depending on the room. Some the MDFs or the main rooms might go 90 minutes or 2 hours. But on average, the little rooms that service like, especially like DHS, where there's a lot of them, we're averaging about 30 minutes of runtime. And so as soon as those run out, the Wi-Fi in that area drops. But yes, that it is still an issue.
Even though it's not connected to Wi-Fi, it still gets app service through their cellular plan, correct?
If there's signal in that area, yes.
A question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Would it only be the people that have the Google Voice that would be able to hook to the Wi-Fi, or are we thinking of letting the teachers hook their phone to the Wi-Fi? Just because we do have dead zones in several schools, or would it just be those site administrators that would be able to hook to the Wi-Fi?
Correct. So right now it'd be the same people that have the district cell phones. That's what we're trying to move off of for cost savings.
What about is there out of area? I mean, if you're traveling or whatever, you're not going to have that service?
No, it'll work anywhere.
It'll
if
work
it-
anywhere.
Yeah, it'll work at home. It'll work on, well, anywhere you have range or cell phone service or Wi-Fi, it'll work.
Yeah, if I was in Winnemucca, is it still going to work?
As long as you're not out in the mountains, yeah. it
Yeah,
would.
in town.
Yeah, so you need to have cell phone reception or Wi-Fi reception. Either or.
Back on this line, it's only Google Voice, but have we ever considered as a safety measure allowing teachers to hook their phones to the Wi-Fi? Or is that a problem?
Sorry. The issue with having personal devices on our Wi-Fi is mostly security. So we cannot secure a person's personal device. If you're using Google Voice on our Wi-Fi, then Google inherently secures that device and secures our network at the same time, because Google is not going to allow malicious downloads onto its platform, which therefore inherently it's not going to end up on ours. But we do have a lot of people that do have TikTok and things like that on their phones, and we really don't want those apps touching our network just for security reasons and potential loss of data.
So this will be people's personal cell phone that have the Google Voice. So even if they have TikTok or whatever on that phone, Google Voice protects that phone or protects our.
In a sense, yes. A lot better than without it, yes.
I'm old school, so I'm going to ask you another question. I'm with Consumer Cellular, and I do not have dead spots around. My phone works everywhere. Now, do I still keep that with my personal phone, and then it just adds this Google Voice to it?
It's an app that you would download onto your phone.
Okay.
And then you could have your cell phone that you're using with the district, that phone number on your Google Voice. So, and then if you wanted to use Google Voice and not use your district phone, then what we could do is, I'm sorry, Jesse, is we would put that phone number on the phone, and then I could sit with you and help you differentiate ringtones. So you would have one ringtone for Google Voice, that would be your work calling, and then another ringtone for your kids. And I would help you go through something like that. And I have put together some instructions and some videos in our Google shared drives to help people navigate that.
And also, my current understanding is we're going to be keeping the board phones alive, correct, Frankie?
Yes, board phones, because your phones are subject to a public records request.
Okay.
Yeah. And we do have a certain number of lines that are still under contract for a couple of years.
How many lines are still under contract? Do you know?
4 right now.
Okay. So we're not going to be paying termination fees.
Not for, no.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Are there landlines to the classrooms at all of our schools?
Landlines is in the phone on the wall, the voice over IP phones, yes.
Would those work in a power outage?
Nope. Until the switches run out of battery juice, because they're running over the network. And that's only if they can only dial out if there's internet connectivity to the school site. 30 minutes, 90 minutes tops, and that's only if there's internet connectivity to the school site. If it's dropped somewhere else upstream from the school, they won't be able to dial out.
Jesse, can you give an overview of the two-way radio communications, how that works with power outages and those situations?
Referring to the handheld radios?
Yes.
So in 2023, John Enter purchased 600 plus new radios to distribute throughout the district. And they were distributed about a year ago and change now. So each school site has new radios that have our own frequencies on us. So each school has their own frequency, and the administrators can communicate with emergency personnel if necessary. Typically the range of these is 3 to 5 miles, especially, but it kind of depends, especially at DHS, where there's a lot of interference. If you're at the football field trying to talk to someone in the trailer, there's a lot of building to get through. So may not work exactly there, but we do have new two-way communications radios at each school site. They're less than 2 years old.
So in the event of a power outage, the radios will still work.
Correct.
Another layer of security. The battery does.
So I have another question for IT. So if you're going to be collecting all these district phones, are you guys doing some kind of recycling program to get any kind of funds back for them?
We will, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out just to maximize that potential cost savings or add to the savings that we don't have.
Any other questions? All right, so we need to make a decision as a board. I think before we go to public comment, so that the public knows what direction we're heading. But I would be, my personal opinion, in approval of suspending the board policy and AR 812.
Frankie, what do you recommend?
You know, just because of budget situations, we're trying to save every dollar and everywhere. I mean, we were even considering cutting Zoom at a much lower expenditure amount of $1,600. $23,000 is a considerable amount of money. It almost offsets the cost of Parent Square, our new parent communication platform.
Thank you.
So are you in favor of suspending it or?
My recommendation would be to suspend the policy. Yes.
Right. All right. As a board, are we ready to go to public comment or is there more discussion to be had? No, we don't have to have a motion before we go to public comment.
Should we have, so then the public is aware of maybe
that is a
the
great idea.
direction?
If you would like to make a motion, if someone would like to make a motion, they're welcome to.
Sure. I would like to make a motion to suspend board policies 812B and 812A.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion by Ms. Miller and a second by Mr. Burns. We will open it up for public comment.
Adrian Sawyer for the record, parent of 3 students. I am all for saving the money for Google Voice, especially as long as the board members can save or have their cell phones. In terms of the radios, as long as the administrators have them with them when things happen. There was that issue in CVMS a couple years ago where the administrator did not have their radio with them, and there was an active shooter, or there was DCSO around the corner, and the school got locked down. Parents were not called, and there was just that lack of communication without them not having that radio. So as long as everybody is on board to have the radios with them at all times, I don't see a problem with switching the service.
Thank you very much.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. I just want to make sure 100% that the app with the cellular portion, not the Wi-Fi. For example, if an administrator's out on 395 and a kid's hitting the crosswalk and they have to be able to make a phone call, it's 100%. If I'm an administrator, I'm down at Reed High School and there's a problem and I have to make a 911 call, I would absolutely be guaranteed that that's going to work. If that's the case, tally ho. If there's any doubt about it, I want to have a cell phone that works. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Bloomstrom for the record. I agree with Mr. Swisher. Also, just because it's the area where I dabble a little bit, you said it for the record. I want to put it on the record also that that system is available for public records requests and that the public record would be maintained.
Yes, it is. It's actually discoverable without anybody turning over their phone. Our IT department would be able to pull information from our servers.
Sounds easier.
It actually is, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further public comment? Do we have any online?
We're good online.
All right, thank you very much. We will close public comment then. Any further discussion or questions from the board? Oh, Mr. Burns.
So, I understand Mr. Swisher's comment, but I think about every person that's going to have one of those phones is also going to have a personal phone. And my personal phone works, you know, if we lose power, I'm just going to switch to my personal phone. That's one comment. The other is, by the public records request, I would think my phone, if I use my personal phone and put it on there, you don't need my personal phone to get the records request. So you're not going to tap into my personal phone anyway. So it's even better yet to use my personal phone and putting the app on there, because you don't need to take it then.
I'll defer to IT to explain the technicalities around that.
I'm getting heads shaking over there. So
Yeah, so Google, we obviously are a Google district. So we have Gmail, we got Google Drive, Sheets, Docs, everything. Google Voice is an extension of that. And just like when we get a PRR right now, it goes into a system called Vault for us, Google Vault. Messages that are sent through Google Voice are also injected into that. So they're logged. We don't need to have your cell phone or take screenshots or sit down with you to do that. As long as all the work stuff is happening on the Google Voice app, it is logged. Calls are logged as well, not recorded by default. But call transcripts. So that all could be pulled remotely without having access to your phones physically. Now, what doesn't go in, so the app is also going to be on personal cell phones. It's not going to be on any kind of FirstNet phone anymore. Only the stuff that is transmitted through Google Voice is what goes into Vault or into what we can see. So for example, if you text an image of something, we can see it through Google Voice. We can see, or the image can be retrieved, but none of the other images on your phone can be retrieved. Only the image that was transmitted in the text through Google Voice. Does that clarify anything? I would also recommend putting Google Voice on the board phones. They don't, I know that they're going to stay alive, but it would help.
I was just going to ask, is that something that we as a board should do or have, or at the direction of IT or however that works, put that on our district phones so that it's easier for you to retrieve the information? Right. No, I would have no problem doing that. Honestly, some days that would be better.
Hope the need doesn't arise for that, but if
Right.
and when it has happened in the past, is much easier if we were able to pull these through something like Google Voice, rather than what we've done in the past.
And in the event that our personal phones do need to be turned over or gone through for a public record request that would extend to that, we would then have to bring our phones into IT.
Unless there's some kind of court order, no, we would not do that.
Okay.
Like because that's what the Google Voice app is going to do. If all the work is transmitted on Google Voice through text, calls, messages, then it's all there. We don't need the personal cell phone at all. Unless there's some kind of court order, I can't imagine a reason for that happening.
Okay. Mr. Burns.
can you turn, if you put it on your personal phone, can you turn one off and not the other?
Can you elaborate?
My personal number will be on there and the district number will be on there.
Yep.
Can I turn one of them off without turning the other one off?
You could definitely turn Google Voice off. Your personal cell phone, I would not recommend turning the number off. You could theoretically forward your Google Voice number to your personal number, though I do not recommend that. But
But I could turn the district number off and
Yes.
still keep mine.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes, so there is a do not disturb feature on Google Voice. So you can just toggle on and it won't ring you at all.
Okay.
Does that answer?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do we see this not working at all? Because we're like if we were to suspend it, I mean, that's good because if it doesn't work, then we can reinstate it. But do you guys see it that it not working? Does that make sense?
Yes, and we have had some pushback already. I think one of them is, and that was in the policy before, was reparations for using their personal cell phone for work. And a lot of the stuff that was in the policy before was based on minute usage or how often they needed it. And that was in the 2010 policy. So there's been some pushback about that. As far as not working, yeah, we could revert in the near term to the FirstNet phones, but we do plan on shutting them off.
All right, any other questions?
Go for it.
So were in the policy as it was stated, there were people that were using their personal phones and getting like reimbursed for that? Is that what was happening?
We're actually not following the current policy because we purchase phones and pay the monthly amount for those phones.
Okay, so that wasn't happening.
Correct.
It was in the policy. Okay.
So as it stands, the only people in the district that will maintain a cell phone paid for by the district would be the board, correct?
And the superintendent.
And the superintendent. That makes sense. Okay. All right. Any further questions or discussion?
I'm okay with going with the app, just so you know.
I am too. If it makes somebody else's job easier, I'm all for it. And it's cheaper. And I only have to carry around one phone. That would be great. So
Do we call for the vote?
I know you have 3 phones. Yes, we can call for a vote. Right. We did public comment. We have a motion on the floor to suspend the policy. Any further discussion or questions? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Oh, I can't turn that off. All right. Our next item is dual credit course approval. This is for information only. Mr. Brown. Okay.
You approve those MOUs.
Mm-hmm.
The process is you approve courses that our students want to take that can count as dual credit.
Mm-hmm.
So in the past, we found out that, or since I've been in this position, that after you approve them, then we take them to the State Board of Education for approval. If we don't have an MOU with an institution, they won't let us bring that class forward. So we have some really advanced, like you see those math classes on there for UNR. We have some very advanced math kids that can take those classes still,
Those are hard.
but without them approved, they don't get like math credit. They get elective credit
Oh, okay.
or something like that. So what we're trying to do is fix that.
Is it limited to this list?
No, these are additions to the list.
Additions to the list.
Yeah, the
Okay,
list is
I missed that part.
a couple hundred. The board's been approving them typically once a year. We bring them forward. Usually it was in January and we just put them in consent. And then we got to take them to the State Board of Education. We're trying to get the State Board of Education and Nevada Department of Ed to create one master list because every district does this. And so there's 17 different lists of approved courses. And why should I have to go to the State Board of Education if they've already approved it for Carson City?
Right.
So they are working on that, but I think they have to change some knack in order to do it. And, but it's in the process. It just takes time. So
Well,
we-
I appreciate you continuing to do this for our students.
absolutely.
All right. Any questions? All right. Ms. Jansen.
Okay, so all the classes look good except one looks kind of weird for a high school kid. The making of a murderer. I just find it odd for kids to take a class like that.
I can't recall the exact course description. It's an actual WNC course. It's psychology and the study of like,
It's actually a really interesting course.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. It's a psychology.
It's a psychology class.
Yeah.
And so they evaluate, no, we're not encouraging that at all. But yeah, no, it's actually a really interesting class.
Okay, I just was curious about it. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it. All right. On to item number 18. Approval for our board meeting dates and locations for the 25-26 school year. Is this where I would make I think, this is my personal opinion, I think next year we should have 2 meetings in June and take July off. That's what I think. We could do that, can't we?
Yes, you're only
Because-
required by NRS to hold 10 meetings a year, and we currently hold 12.
Yeah. So we would have to alter the list, but
Would you like to have one up at the lake?
well, we could, but it'll be hot.
It would be. You guys learned that during middle school graduation.
Yes, we did. And it wasn't even that hot. I was outside. That was nice and sunny. So do we need to, if we decide to make that change, would we make that change on this list?
Yes, we could make that change. I would consider the board talking more about it. Would that look like a meeting on the following Thursday, June 25th? Or how far apart are you looking to schedule these meetings?
Or can we just go down to 11 meetings?
Or can, I was gonna say, yeah.
July. Because it's so hot.
I believe in July we have a lot of stuff to talk about.
Well, yes, this year we do, but next year we could make sure that we cover things early.
So this would be July of 2026.
Yes. So we'll still have our meeting next month, but next year
we wouldn't meet.
We
in July.
wouldn't meet in July.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, it's not because we.
Yeah, it's not there.
approve it. So it wouldn't, it's too far out to say, but I think that we should do that. Right? I think it's a great idea. I think we should all take a vacation in July. Yes, Mr. Burns.
Well, I think we should accept it the way it is because we can always drop it. But once you drop it, then you're not going to
It's
be
not
putting
even
it
on
back
here.
on.
Because it only goes till June
No.
of 26.
No, what you just said July was on for 20.
July next month is
I
on
was
here.
pointing out, she's talking about July 2026.
Yes, I'm not talking about this
That's
year. I'm
not
talking
on
about-
this list.
Correct.
Okay. As I kind of looked, I thought that there was that top.
So when would we make that decision?
January of 2026.
Okay.
Because we usually have a new meeting calendar come out. Just
Right, even though it's
verify.
covered here, we still, okay. Just, put it in the back of your brain and file it away and
What's on the front?
I'll bring it back in January. Okay, so do I have a motion from the board?
Public comment.
I will. Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the board meeting dates and locations for 2025-26 school year.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Knighting and a second and third by Jansen and Burns. And we will open it up for public comment.
Good on mine.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. The only consideration if you're going to take any meetings out might be for the business services. If they need approval of check runs, I don't know. I'm just thinking, a month off, you're the ultimate approver. So
Well, we're not doing it this year.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just saying in the future, whenever you decide to, if you decide to do that, might be a consideration to check on before you make that decision. Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you very much. All right. Any further discussion? Oh, any further public comment? I'm sorry. All right. Public comment is closed. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, Olive, is this your last student presentation? Oh my goodness. Take it away, Olive.
Okay. This month we had 3 successful high school graduations, so 400 students graduating, many with advanced diplomas and seals of biliteracy, which is super awesome. Whittle and Douglas had senior scholarship and award nights, super special memories, and Douglas had a senior night, which is a big success. Also Douglas had a school thrift shop go in and purchase items from the school. And I just want to say thank you so much for this amazing opportunity. I learned so much and I had so much fun being here and learning, and just a really cool opportunity. I'm glad that this is a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Olive. I think having a student representative on the board has been a good addition to our meetings. So thank you very much. All right. Making sure I didn't miss one. Okay. Item number 20, approval of prioritized strategic plan. Mr. Alvarado, take it away.
Yeah, so this plan is as presented to the board last month. There are some finishing touches here, so if you had some time to review it, you'll see what every goal area looks like in action. Similar to what Ms. Sebahar reported on at our last meeting, we added that to every goal area as we reprioritized our remaining actions and objectives here. So unless the board, if you want a full presentation, we can do that. It would practically be a repeat of what you heard in May.
Does anyone on the board object to not going back through it? I'm assuming everyone had the opportunity to review the strategic plan. Mr. Burns, your mic is on. Did you have something to say?
I'm sorry.
Okay. I just was checking because I can't see you over there. Okay, so are there any questions from the board for Mr. Alvarado about the strategic plan? I think you did a great job last month of presenting it and was very detailed and great in the board packet. I don't have any questions. It doesn't sound like the board has any questions for you. So we will go ahead and open it up for public comment at this time. All right, no public comment. We will close public comment. Do I have a motion? Oh, thank you. I was like, is she coming to say something? Did I speak and close too soon? Just checking. All right, Ms. Jansen.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of a prioritized strategic plan for 2022 through 2027, reviewed in 2025.
Do I have a second? Can you use your microphone? That's okay.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Jansen and a second by Ms. Dickerson. Any further discussion or questions? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. Item number 21, the NASB nomination and possible task force. Um, just like last year, we had NASB nominations, and we had Mr. Cade Balagad won Innovative Educator of the Year. I was going to say teacher, and it was not right. Educator of the Year. And so we want to make sure that we recognize all of the great work that our district administrators and teachers and volunteers and are doing. And so I would be happy to do that again as the NASB spokesperson. If there's anybody that would like to do it with me so that we nominate and submit letters and whatnot, I would be happy to do that again.
I would work with you in doing that.
I'd like to join.
And
Okay.
And if you could.
Yeah.
That would be good to have someone from the lake that knows.
Absolutely. All right. So do we have to vote on that? Or do we just, I mean, it says discussion and possible action, but it's a task force. So
I don't think you have to take action on it now.
Okay. So just a decision that the three of us are going to work together.
Yeah, you have less than a quorum.
Okay. Are we good with that? All right. So we'll meet individually afterwards to decide when we're going to meet together. Okay. All right. On to board reports for the year. Erin, would you like to start? Okay. I mean, not for the year, for the month.
For the last month.
Yeah, for the last.
I mean,
I'm really getting
we've been
tired.
busy
Sorry.
since our last board meeting. So I went to the scholarship award night on the I think it was the 28th up at Whittel, and I gave Olive our board scholarship. So that was very nice to do. So that was fun. But I got to see all the kids get the scholarships, the seniors. So that was really cool to do. The next week, that Monday through Wednesday, I got to go with Zephyr Cove's 5th grade students to Portola for 3 days of camping and wonderful activities. It was great to see their 5th grade teacher partake in some of the zip lining activities and our volunteer that I got to film. So that was a lot of fun. But it was nice to see there was 19 out of the 20 kids that got to go. And most of these kids have been together since kindergarten. So it was just nice to see them have that bond and interact with each other. So I got a chaperone with another adult, the 8 girls. So we were in a cabin with 8 12-year-old girls for 2 nights. So they're a good group. It was good, but it was exhausting. The day we got back, I had middle school drama. They each did little skits, and they did it was almost like claymation. And they put on a skit, it was something about crayons and colors, and the crayons had to give why they weren't the favorite anymore. And it was based off a book. So that was interesting to see their adaptation of that. The next night was, we had a legal briefing during the day that I attended via phone calls. And then that night was 8th grade promotion. So that was very nice to see those kids get, promoted, even though they're not changing schools. Friday the 6th was kinder in the morning up at Zephyr, and then 5th grade in the afternoon. The following week was very busy. Monday the 9th was CVMS, 8th grade promotion that I attended. The Tuesday was Powwow. The 11th, during the day, I had field day at Zephyr Cove, so that was my last one. So that was very bittersweet since I no longer have a elementary school child. And then that night was Whittel graduation. And then Thursday the 12th was Douglas Highs. So very busy first part of June.
Ms. Jansen?
Got to have my favorite part of the year, which is graduations, but I'll start June 2nd. I went to the DCPEA meeting, always very enlightening. June 5th, we had the legal briefing, and the 9th, I went to the CVMS graduation on the 10th, Powwow graduation. The 11th was my busy day. So first I had Jacks Valley Kindergarten. It was adorable. And then Aspire High School, and then George Whittel High School. And then on the Friday, or the Thursday, the next day, the 12th, I had the Minden Elementary Kinders they're the cutest ever. And then the Douglas High School graduation, which is always lovely. So they were all really nice. The kids were happy and they all went very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson?
So CVMS, that was I enjoyed that. Their promotion, Pinion Hills, we did 2 kindergartner little graduations. I love those. I just do. And the things they say they want to be when they grow up, it's just wonderful. Whittel and Aspire graduations, those were also pretty neat. And so those are the things I did. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Burns?
I was laid up for a while. I made 2 graduations, 2 up or the lake and Aspire, 20 plus in each one of them. That was great. So we had a good time with the hot, but at least the lake wasn't real hot. But that was a great time. And our superintendent did a great job in his speeches. So challenging them. So yeah, I really like that. So that was pretty much tied up, laid up, but I'm doing good.
Ms. Knighting?
I attended the literacy fair at CC Manili, and it's always good. The kids come up and they tell about the book and tell you about their poster, and I was always impressed how well they were able to communicate that. I attended the DHS scholarship night, a bunch of concerts, DHS band concert, Pawalu music concert, the Minden Elementary Patriotic Program. And then I attended Jack Valley and Minden Elementary's 5th grade tunnel, George Whittel, Pawalu, and CVMS 8th grade promotions, the Night of Culture. I caught the tail end of that at CVMS, Zephyr Cove, Pinion Hill, Scarcelli, GES kindergarten graduations, DHS Whittel Aspire High School graduations, and our adult education graduation. And it was just such a pleasure to see the kids at all their graduations and promotions and celebrate that with them and celebrate with the staff and teachers and administrators. It was a great month.
All right. I was able to attend the CVMS Band and Choir concert, the Literacy Fair, Aspire Principal and IT Director interviews, DHS Scholarship Night, where we were able to award Ender his scholarship for serving as our first student board member. Patriotic performance at MES, the Union Leader budget presentation, Aspire graduation party up at the lake, the Board of County Commissioners meetings. There was just brief discussion about the possibility of having us, a board member come in once a month to highlight the positive things that are happening within our school district. So I thought that was really good that they were wanting to include the school in that, and what's happening, all the great things that we do. Zephyr Cove, kindergarten graduation and 5th grade promotion and 8th grade promotion, Pinion Hills graduation, kindergarten graduation, 5th grade promotion, GES kindergarten graduation, Aspire and Whittel High School graduation, DHS graduation, MES kindergarten graduation, and then I also attended a NASB board meeting last week. So we were all really busy this last month. It's been a race for the finish line, right? So, all right. That concludes our board report. We will now go to item number 23, this superintendent evaluation instrument and job description. I just want to go through a little bit about how we did that. Training that we received from Dr. Gore helped us to have a starting point on our superintendent evaluation so that we knew kind of where to start. We all felt very overwhelmed by that. And he gave us a tool, and as the officers, Catherine and Melinda and myself, along with Frankie, we sat and we went over the evaluation, and we did our best to align the superintendent evaluation with the job description. We felt like it was really important moving forward that what we evaluate a superintendent on is what is in the job description. So we worked really hard on aligning those two. And so we feel really good about the work that we did. And we need to approve that evaluation instrument before we can officially evaluate Mr. Alvarado. So are there any questions or discussion from the board?
So when I was looking at this, I had a difference of a thought versus effective versus developing.
Okay.
To me, developing usually is like your first year you do stuff versus effective. It's like more like you've been in a position, like maybe 2 to plus years type situation. So that tripped me up a little bit when I first saw it.
It's okay, me too.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah.
I just make a comment. Yeah, I'm on page with Aaron. I think it's difficult to evaluate when things are being changed. We've got a budget issues and all that stuff. We can evaluate, yes. But some of the stuff when we evaluate, we have to take into consideration he had nothing to do with it. That he's overcoming. So that's just a comment that I'm making in reference to. Keep in mind.
Well, I know.
Otherwise, I like it.
Marcus, now I just totally lost my train of thought. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't, it was something Marcus had said, and apparently I don't remember what it was. Sorry, Marcus, if you're out there listening.
Was it along the same lines of the effective and developing or the hurdles that's been with the budget this year?
Nope, I have no idea. Just, no, I appreciate it because, sometimes that your brain just goes.
I just want to say that, my goodness, there was just so much. It was like drinking out of a fire hose for Frankie when he came on, just a lot of stuff going on, legal stuff, whatever. And to see him rise to that, I just think it's extraordinary what he's been able to do in light of that situation. Many situations.
Okay. Did you have something to say? No, not yet. Would you like to make one? Okay, go for it.
I make a motion that we accept the superintendent evaluation as written.
I'll second that.
Your microphone's not on.
I'm loud. I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Burns and a second from Ms. Dickerson. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment.
Adrian Sawyer for the record. So just, I guess I don't understand the process. It says that there's going to be a month between when the evaluation is accepted by the board and then when the summative evaluation is. Is the summative evaluation the next item?
Yes.
So I don't understand how you can approve the process and the tool and then without having discussed it earlier. I guess I don't, do you know what I mean? It says here there'll be a month. I guess I don't, was it discussed earlier between all of the board?
No.
So what if Trustee Miller had said, hey, I don't like this and I want to change this word, this part. Do you know what I'm saying? And then, or on the evaluation, if, this, she didn't like this part, and wanted to take that out. I guess I don't understand how you can do them back to back.
That's.
Yeah, so, okay.
We've had it.
Right.
Mr. Burns, this is public comment, so we need to let her finish and then we can address questions.
I'm finished. I just if you could explain that, because I guess I didn't understand the timeline because it's 7 months.
Nope, that's fine. Thank you. Any further public comment?
Marty Swisher, Gardnerville resident. On 1.3 subpoint B says growth in the following achievement areas. I agree with all three of those that are listed, but I'm wondering if maybe not this cycle, but the next cycle, you want to include a measurement for elementary achievement. There's not a measurement for elementary, whether it's SBAC, overall average scores, or MAP test, elementary growth scores, something along those lines. Again, might be good for the next cycle. Just looking forward, but I noticed that there's not any measurement for elementary academic achievement. Thank you.
Thank you. That was that would be a good addition to that. Is there any further public comment?
We're good online.
All right, then we will close public comment. I would like to address Ms. Sawyer's concerns about if there was discussion amongst the board. There was not. The officers met together, the three of us. We met with Mr. Alvarado to go over the tool, to go over the job description. Then we decided that, okay, it's finally at a point where we like it. It's something we've worked on over the last month. And then I emailed it to the entire board. There was no way for them to reply all. So if they had a question about the evaluation tool, they could contact me directly from that email without replying to everyone on the board, so that they could ask a question in regards to the evaluation. Does that make sense?
Doesn't give the public any time to have made an impact. Does that make sense?
Are you referring to item number 4 on the cycle?
Approved by the board, but only 3 board members made the tool.
So we were, right. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. We have, based on what we have, and if moving forward we want to change something, we can do that. And next month we will bring it back. Okay, were there any changes that we needed to make? So that moving forward, but we were all in the training where Dr. Gore gave us the rough draft, and we altered very little of it, just in aligning it with the job description. It was the next line item, correct? Yeah. Yeah. It was a short time frame. So, okay. So we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Is there any further discussion? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. So now we will go into.
There's still the job description.
Oh, oh, right. We have
So-
to change both. Correct.
I make a motion that we approve the job description.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do we need to open it up for public comment again?
Yes.
Okay. We will open that up for public comment about the job description.
We're good online.
Okay. All right, seeing as there is none, we will close public comment. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Can we go to informational items and then my report?
Yes, we could do that. And so are you wanting to do the evaluation at the end?
Well, I just want to cover the informational items.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it.
All right.
So we're jumping to item 26.
So item 26 is all informational. We have a summary of donations. The district has received $40,000 from California Community Foundation, as well as $1,600 from We Deserve a Better Board for Zoom access cost. So I believe that deserves a second thank you to the organization. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We also have monthly update on enrollment counts. So year over year comparison from June 2024 to this June 2025. We have declined 170 students. We currently have 4,870 students. So that gives you all the information.
Turn my microphone off. Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Would you like to do your superintendent report?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. What a busy May and June way to finish off the school year. There's only one other school day that rivals the first day of school, and that is the day that students promote and the day that students graduate from school. It always rivals the first day of school. I believe Marty Swisher told me not too long ago, that when a student graduates, it's the only thing that rivals Christmas Eve when a kid gets a present. And this is a present that nobody gets to take away from them. So thank you for sharing that with me, Marty. Over the last month, I had the opportunity to attend at least one end of the year event for every school. I attended all high school graduations, had the grateful opportunity to provide a speech to students, giving them a life meaning message as they go off to college and career and make life choices of their own. I hope they take that to heart and they find life's true meaning for each one of them individually. Had the opportunity to meet with Cabinet to plan our leadership forum in July. We have a nice rough sketch of what we want to do. We have to put on the finishing touches to that prior to our first meeting with administrators to launch our learning forum as we come back to the 25-26 school year. As a Cabinet team, we attended the Superintendent's Academy through NAS. The focus of that academy was artificial intelligence. It was great to learn from other superintendents, other educational leaders, other, Google executives out there that have done some really neat things with artificial intelligence to capture student voice, teacher voice, parent voice, and really encapsulate all those ideas in plans that move a district forward. I had the opportunity to speak at the Business Council and gave a recap of our work as a governance team. I shared our governance purpose statement there and just talked about how we're rebuilding governance structures within the district and where we're headed in the future with the training that we've done and what our next steps are. I spoke at the CVMS National Junior Honor Society, gave a welcome address there. It was nice to see close to 60 students as part of the National Junior Honor Society at CVMS. I facilitated a budget presentation to the board and to our union leaders. And I want to say thank you to our HR department as well as our business services department for helping me compile all of that information, which then I put into a presentation. And we went all the way back to 2022-23 school year and even looked at projections going into the 25-26 school year, which really enlightened us on what our budget story is. And lastly, I met with a real estate association the final week of school, and we talked about doing broker tours in the district so that when young families with kids are considering purchasing a home and they're considering Carson City, Dayton, or Douglas County, that brokers would have talking points about each one of our schools here in the valley and up at the lake and be able to explain to parents why this is the better choice for a school for their children. And we're looking at starting that round of broker tours on October 21st and 22nd. Haley Sebahar was in the meeting with me, and her and I will be putting together a template presentation for our principals. And then also, facilitating that day, which we hope to have our culinary programs provide lunch to all of our brokers that are coming to the tour, and then facilitate transportation by our transportation department to those brokers to come around. So once again, just trying to put our best foot forward, recruit, retain students back into the district, even considering a town hall for our homeschool students. But I'd like to do that in September sometime. So when we do a town hall, we can explain to our homeschool families the availability that we have in our current elective courses. Because we don't want to give these spots to our give them away to homeschool students when our current students want them. We want to give real actual available seats so that it's not impeding on a student that's currently attending full-time educational plans or progress. So that'll be coming down the pipeline in September.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that sums up my report.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
I have a question about your homeschool town halls. Would you have two for Douglas County, one down here, one at the lake?
We haven't put all the plans right now. It's just a big picture idea of doing a town hall, giving an explanation of what we do in elementary, middle, high school, what electives we provide, what the options are for parents to have their kids attend our electives or participate in sports. And, all that brings in partial revenue when kids attend one of our elective courses. So not full revenue, but at least partial revenue would be nice.
Okay.
All right. So I believe our final agenda item is item number 24, the superintendent evaluation. I filled mine out on my computer, so I'm trying to find it. All right, got it pulled up. So the way that I was thinking that we would do this, I've asked Miss Knighting if she would do a cumulative scorekeeping for this. And what we will do is I will read each section 1.1, and then we'll have everybody go around, state what you rated Mr. Alvarado. And if you have a 1 or 2 sentence, just a brief explanation that you would like to share, you're welcome to. I would like to remind everyone that this is, their statements need to be applicable to Mr. Alvarado, not on any past decisions that were made. And so this is strictly on Mr. Alvarado. So we will do that throughout the entire evaluation. And then before we vote to approve the evaluation, we will take public comment at that time.
Are the scores 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right?
Yes. So Ms. Knighting's going to keep track of that and then total those all up for us. Okay. All right. So to start off, number 1, vision and strategic leadership. Develop and articulate a vision and strategic plan. Support the success of students and staff by helping to create, communicate, and manage the strategic plan. And we'll start with Mr. Burns this time. Keep making Aaron go first, so you're good. So Mr. Burns, how did you rate Mr. Alvarado?
I rated him as highly effective. It's I always leave room for improvement, no matter who it is. And so highly effective. I've seen him with how he's had meetings with teachers and with staff and stuff. I'm pretty impressed. I was there for their strategic planning.
Okay. Ms. Knighting.
On 1.1, I rated him excellent. Frankie has facilitated collaboration among stakeholders to revise the current strategic plan, aligning department efforts with clearly defined objectives. He is now focusing on strategically directing resources to support the achievement of these goals.
Ms. Dickerson?
So I rated highly
Your
effective.
microphone.
Yes. Okay, I rated highly effective, and I believe Frankie understood the importance of a updated strategic plan and implemented it.
Thank you. Ms. Jansen? Microphone.
I rated Frankie highly effective. Frankie brought the strategic plan back, which included many different stakeholders were invited to the meeting. I went to one of them, and I thought that the work that was done was really great because the previous 2.5 years, there was no talk even of the strategic plan. I think it's a very important thing to have in our district.
Ms. Miller?
So I had an issue with the rating. So I originally put it as developing, but I understood it to be effective. Just because in my head, as I explained earlier.
I did the exact same thing.
Okay. So,
And I helped develop it.
So communication was an issue before, and I figure it's his first year, so it's, you know, one of those more developing things because he's getting his feet wet type situation. And I loved the fact that his strategic plan, he was working on updating it and getting, you know, that back on the right track.
So you rated him as effective?
Yes.
Okay. I rated him as highly effective. I think he's doing a great job with the strategic plan and implementing it. 1.2, goal and priority alignment. Oh, yes, I do. I have that on my computer. Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. Too many pages here to keep track of. He very specifically emailed it to me. All right, Marcus is excellent. All right, 1.2, goal and priority alignment. Work collaboratively with the Board of Trustees to align governance goals, strategic plan goals, and superintendent evaluation goals. Mr. Burns?
I rated him as highly effective. I was in there when I seen his, saw the big whiteboard and everything that was listed on there. I go, how in the world does he come up with all this? Anyway, I think his goals and priority alignment was fantastic, and he had them in order and checking them off as we went through.
Ms. Knighting?
I rated him as excellent. Frankie organized comprehensive governance and goal-setting training for the board members. He collaborated with the board and officers to develop an evaluation tool and updated job descriptions to align with this tool.
Ms. Dickerson?
Highly effective. Highly effective. Frankie has put in place a huge amount of training to further the strategic plan, and communication has been excellent regarding that. And just training in general, there's been a huge amount of that.
Ms. Jansen?
Frankie, highly effective because he's instituted multiple training activities to align district goals, the strategic plan, goals, and cycles.
Ms. Miller?
So I put developing because we had a new board come on in January and we are working on training and creating a clear plan. So to me, that showed that we were working towards it, but it wasn't fully implemented yet. So that's how I put developing.
All right. I ranked Mr. Alvarado as highly effective. I think he's doing a great job at aligning across the district all of the goals that need to be taken and worked towards. And oh, sorry. I'm glad you're remembering. He rated him as excellent. It's two different screens, so. All right, 1.3, oversee and direct effective instructional programs. Ensures standards and assessments are consistently applied and fosters a culture of high expectations for everyone's performance. We'll start with Ms. Miller.
So I put developing because of the consistently applied. I feel that that's an area that he can get better in with being it's her first year.
Ms. Jansen?
But excellent because.
Microphone.
ELC. and
Microphone.
And assessment days for continuity and effectiveness for staff and students.
Ms. Dickerson?
I put highly effective. Frankie has brought PLC and assessment days together to keep things front of mind.
Ms. Knighting?
I put highly effective. Frankie has facilitated the selection of a new curriculum, which strengthens our instructional program. There's still additional curriculum to be adopted.
Mr. Burns?
I have highly effective. He is overseeing everything and the motivation that goes with his staff in order to give high expectations for everyone's performance, I believe is why we're turning and going up in our grading, scoring.
I ranked him as highly effective. I feel like he's doing a good job. And for Marcus, I did not forget this time. He ranked him as highly effective. All right, superintendent evaluation, growth in, sorry, that's just at the top of the page. B, growth in the following achievement areas, graduation rate, ACT scores, chronic absenteeism. Unless a board member rated him on that, and that's what I was going to say about Marcus. He asked about that one particularly. It's not applicable because we don't feel like it's fair, or I didn't feel like it was fair to score him on something he had no influence over for the year.
I had the same question and I asked him in our one-on-one that we had about
good.
that area. And he
Okay.
said that we weren't going to be rating him on it.
Okay.
So I left it.
So Ms. Jansen, did you grade him on that?
Oh, because
Okay.
I spoke to
Mr. Burns?
Mr.
Okay. All right. So that one's not applicable. All right. 1.4, ensure comprehensive professional learning plans, collaborates with staff to enhance student achievement through professional learning plans. Ms. Jansen, we'll start with you.
Okay, I rated Mr. Alvarado highly effective because we had many in services and trainings with staff and the board as well, with the board as well as collaboration between administrative staff and the board.
Ms. Dickerson.
I rated him highly effective. I believe Frankie has collaborated with the board and staff to implement quality trainings, many trainings.
Ms. Knighting.
I rated him highly effective. Frankie has organized several professional learning days for administrators and staff. The one held at DHS was very well attended with many different learning opportunities relevant to meeting the needs of our students and fostering.
Mr. Burns.
Highly effective. It's everything, staff, board, everything is, communications is fantastic. I mean, I get emails and to be able to see what's going on is amazing by response to emails that come in to him.
All right. Marcus rated him highly effective. And I rated him as effective because I feel like he's doing a good job. There's always room for improvement.
Would you?
Oh, Erin, I'm so sorry. I forgot I didn't start with you this time.
I'm just like the Debbie Downer. I put developing.
So I originally put that and then I went back to the.
That's okay. I put he collaborates well, but I feel he had some roadblocks with sites and that's only going to get better.
Good. All right. Number 2, management of organizational leadership. 2.1, manage the organizational structure, stays informed about the needs of school programs, facilities, equipment, and supplies, using good judgment to make decisions and recommendations. When advising the board, they provide enough information for the board to make informed decisions. Ms. Dickerson, we'll start with you.
Sounds like a broken record, but I feel highly effective. Frankie collaborates with the stakeholders to ensure positive growth and betterment of this district.
Ms. Knighting?
Rated him highly effective. Frankie is frequently present in schools, providing valuable insight to the board to inform decision-making. Although he's only been with us for less than a year, he is still familiarizing himself with the full scope of our programs and needs. I have confidence in his judgment and the direction he is taking.
Mr. Burns?
I've got him ranked excellent. Where isn't he? He's everywhere, and he sees everything, and he oversees everything. I ask him questions. He always seems to have the answers. So,
Okay. Ms. Miller?
So I put developing. I think that the communication sometimes maybe from departments affected him from staying informed.
Ms. Jansen? Microphone.
I rated him excellent. Frankie is building and solidifying a team for success in the future. His team will focus on the students, staff, curriculum, and student success and improve learning. He listens to all stakeholders, but as the superintendent, he has the final say in all decisions, and I think he's a good decision maker.
Thank you. Marcus rated him as excellent. And just so the public is aware, Marcus did not put any explanations. He just rated him. So I'm not leaving anything out. That's just what he sent me. I rated him as highly effective. I feel like he does a good job of keeping the board informed. Lead personnel, 2.2, oversees district employees to ensure compliance with hiring policies, evaluations, and ongoing development, all in support of the district's vision, mission, and goals for educational excellence and equity. Ms. Knighting.
I rated him as effective. I appreciate Frankie's collaborative leadership approach to hiring, ensuring the input from various stakeholders is considered and that only the most qualified candidates are selected. I still do have concerns regarding educational equity within the district, particularly at the middle school level, with respect to access to Spanish and advanced courses in our middle schools, where one has those courses and the other one does not. It puts some of the students a year behind.
Thank you, Mr. Burns.
I have him at excellent. He's very seldom has to ask what's going on in a department. He seems to understands everything, and he knows he has his staff informing him, or he's asking questions. I don't know which, but he seems to know it. And the educational excellence, I think the team, that's the team that I said earlier. And I think there really are a team to accomplish the things that we need to in development and changes here.
Ms. Miller?
I put developing. I don't think we had a clear vision when he came on board. I don't think we had a clear mission or goal. And I think in the last 6 months, it's definitely turned around.
Agreed.
Highly effective. The practices that Frankie has and will continue to put in place are resulting in positive outcomes for the district.
Dickerson?
Highly effective.
Right. Marcus had, wait, which one are we on? 2.2. Sorry. It's a picture and it's really small. 2.2, he had excellent. I rated him as highly effective. I feel like he's doing great with our goals and aligning that. He oversees the hiring policies. He's having done HR before, he understands that. And I feel like there's always room for improvement, but I think he's doing a good job. All right. 2.3, manage resources. A, direct and oversee the development and implementation of a fiscally responsible budget. Educate the Board of Trustees on the Nevada school funding model as it relates to the district. Ensure proper financial controls and accounting procedures are followed in line with audit recommendations. Mr. Burns.
I have him at highly effective. Everything has created development, educate with the Board of Trustees and all the information. He asked me one time, said, what are you asking? I says, we need training, and then again, training. I says, so we can all be on the same page. He's came through with that, and people I didn't even know.
Ms. Miller?
I put effective. Obviously, we had budget issues mid-year. He acted quickly to minimize that risk and came up with innovative ways to help us not have such a red bottom line.
Ms. Jansen?
Highly effective. Frankie's trying to pull the district out of the financial hole that he was left with when he was hired. The financial system in the state of Nevada keeps changing. Frankie is doing his best to fix the problems created by prior administration that failed to listen to the advice that was given to them by Sue Estes, the financial director of the district.
Ms. Dickerson?
Highly effective. I believe Frankie is doing his best with the resources that we have in light of the pit that many districts in Nevada find themselves in.
Ms. Knighting?
Highly effective. Frankie has navigated a challenging budget year with dedication, working diligently to reduce costs. However, further efforts will be required to restore the district's reserve to 4% and contingency to 1%.
Marcus rated him as excellent. I rated him as highly effective. I feel like, given the current budget and the decisions that have had to be made, he's thinking outside the box, which I think is super important in making sure that we can educate our students in a manner that is setting Douglas as the lighthouse district, and I'm grateful for that. 2.3B is oversee and direct allocation of district staffing in alignment with enrollment and anticipated revenue. Ms. Miller?
I put effective. I think he's doing a good job trying to figure out where we need staff and then with attrition with our staffing.
I said highly effective. Frankie's trying to align staff the best he can. He's number crunching and he has lots of meetings. He's safeguarding the classroom and instructional programs the best he can, always making student learning his top priority when making staff cuts.
Ms. Dickerson?
So I have effective. Frankie makes students his top priority when contemplating staff cuts.
Ms. Knighting?
I have highly effective. Frankie has worked hard in this area, and I appreciate his willingness to look into being sure our staffing allocations are correct.
Mr. Burns?
I have him as excellent. Part of my past has been to do with how to align offices with enrollment and with the amount of money spent and anticipated revenue. I couldn't do what he did with this.
Sorry, I gotta switch screens. Marcus ranked him as excellent. I ranked him as highly effective. 3 is collaboration with families and stakeholders. 3.1 says collaborate with families and other community members. Keep the public informed about the school district's progress, needs, and operations. Ms. Jansen?
I say highly effective. Frankie already knows over 70% of the staff in less than a year. He spends a lot of time in the schools and goes to many of the special events.
Ms. Dickerson? Oh, are you finished? I'm sorry.
I put highly effective. There has been a great effort to engage community and families about the district. And I believe there was effort to even engage the Courier to have a column to where we could communicate with the public of the good things going on in our district concerning our students and staff. I'm not sure how that ended up, but I'm to understand it didn't happen. Is that correct?
Can you restate your question?
Having an ad in the paper of the Courier concerning things going on in the district, did that ever come to fruition?
We could do a paid ad monthly,
Okay.
or we can reach out to Sarah Drinkwine and have her come down and do an article.
Very good. That's so good to hear, Frankie. Thank you.
Ms. Knighting?
I ranked him as highly effective. Frankie frequently sends out surveys to get staff and family input on issues. He is transparent in sharing these results.
Mr. Burns?
This is one of them that I had to really look hard at. I started to circle effective, and then I changed it to highly effective because it's the collaboration with families and other community members. There's only so many in a day, so many hours in a day, and it's one person. To get out and see everybody is impossible at this point. I think he's highly effective, but I would like to see him get the time to do more of that. I think he wants to as well.
All right. Marcus rated him as excellent. I rated him as effective. I feel like this is something that is good, but could be better.
Trustee Wagstaff, effective.
What did I say?
No, I'm saying effective.
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm not meaning to circle back. I really am not. I'm sorry, Miss Miller.
At least you didn't forget my name today.
My brain has gone on vacation and forgot me. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Miss Miller, for piping up and not being afraid to.
I won't be left out.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want you left out. All right. 3.2 is community and organization engagement. Develop and maintain strong relationships with community organizations to foster collaboration, strengthen community engagement, and promote district initiatives. I'll start with Miss Miller.
I put effective.
Ms. Jansen.
Highly effective. Frankie has gone to the Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, Business Council meetings, Republican women's lunches and dinners. Tried to get a monthly newspaper, newsletter in the Record Courier to keep the community informed of what was going on in the district, but I was told that he was told no, but I guess there's a different story now. So I think it'll be a really good idea, a good thing for the Record Courier to have a monthly section that says the Douglas County School District, and at least have happy events.
Ms. Dickerson.
Okay, I have highly effective. He has made it a priority to go to community organizations and events to develop relationships. And I'm to understand, isn't even afraid to stop and just ask someone on the street, hey, how's it going? You know, what do you think of this or that concerning the school? So I think highly effective.
We'll throw Marcus's in here if I can get to it. Marcus rated him as highly effective. I rated him as effective. Ms. Knighting?
Rated him as effective. I appreciate how Frankie always responds to concerns from community members and keeps board.
Mr. Burns?
I have him as effective because that, to me, goes with 3-1. It's just having the time and continue by, first year it's amazing, but he is being very effective. And I think that his heart is to be excellent in that area.
All right, 3.3 is public relations. Direct and oversee the district's public relations activities to promote a positive image of the district to the community. Ms. Miller.
So I put that one as effective. I felt that it's nice when we get the messages from the superintendent. The parents really appreciated the fact that he signed it as Frank, as him, so they knew who they were getting it from.
Ms. Jansen?
I said highly effective. Frankie's been working with Haley and other staff to inform the district and community what's going on in the district, both the good and bad. A new web page has been created as well as a DCSD app and monthly newsletter. Other good things are in the works.
Ms. Dickerson?
Highly effective.
Ms. Knighting?
I rated him as excellent. I think he's done a great job overseeing the public relations, the school newsletter, the app have been really effective in keeping families informed about events happening at the school.
Mr. Burns?
I've given him highly effective. I think that it is increased with Haley and Haley's communication out to the public. I think things have increased under his leadership on it. And his personality and public relations, all he has to do is say hi. And that's the positive image right there.
All right, Marcus ranked him as highly effective. And I ranked him as effective because I know this is something that he's currently working on. And so things can only go up. All right, number 4, ethics and integrity. 4.1 is code of ethics. Consistently demonstrates a professional code of ethics and conduct. Ms. Miller?
I ranked him as effective.
Ms. Jansen?
I ranked him as excellent. Frankie always treats people equally and fairly. No more two-tier system. He also dresses professionally and speaks professionally. Always has a positive attitude and has a smile and a handshake to all that he comes across.
Ms. Dickerson?
Highly effective. I believe Frankie always appears as a professional and has an even temperament. Also has a smile for everyone.
Marcus ranked him as excellent. Ms. Knighting?
I rated him as excellent. Frankie consistently acts professionally and ethically. He is very transparent in all he does.
Mr. Burns?
I rated him excellent. Challenge anybody to give me something on him where ethics and conduct was not proper. Plus, he laughs at my jokes.
I also rated him as excellent. 4.2, personal and professional responsibility. Takes responsibility for running the district and dedicates the time and effort needed to do the job well. Ms. Miller?
I put effective. I believe he was had a lot of hurdles this year. So running the district with all the other things, I think it took away from the time that I think he wanted to spend doing the things that I know he wanted to do.
Ms. Jansen?
Excellent. Frankie has been working practically 24/7 since he was hired and rarely takes a break. He's very committed to the district and works very hard with staff to put the district back together, fixing the mess that he inherited from prior administrations. I believe he already had a lot of success and the district is moving in the right direction.
Ms. Dickerson?
I put excellent. Frankie works long hours, be above and beyond to try to get the district onto its feet and move the district forward.
Marcus ranked him as excellent. Ms. Knighting?
I rated him as excellent. Frankie is willing to roll up his sleeves and do whatever is necessary. He is extremely dedicated and hardworking.
Mr. Burns?
You got an excellent for me. Personal and professional responsibilities. I don't know what to ask for more if I just don't have it. I don't know what to ask for him to do more.
All right, I also ranked him as excellent, which means you better keep up the high expectation there. Just saying.
Better eat your spinach, buddy.
All right, on to number 5, governance and advocacy leadership. 5.1 is board professional learning. Develops a training schedule and provides opportunities for trustees to extend their learning and understanding of their role and responsibilities. Mr. Burns.
I gave him excellent. Yeah, more train. I've received more training I think I ever have in my life in a setting, and I've received a lot of it. So the opportunities for the trustees to extend their learning and understanding of their role and responsibility, we needed that. I needed that, and we got it. Excellent.
Ms. Knighting.
I rated him excellent. Frankie has gone above and beyond to be sure the board has offered training. He has facilitated training in ethics, OML, governance, and governance.
Marcus ranked him as excellent. Ms. Dickerson.
I've got excellent. The amount of education has been massive. As a board member, I feel constantly informed about the district.
Ms. Jansen.
Excellent. Frankie has been instrumental in the planning of many, many trainings for the board. And it's been very helpful. We had no training before Frankie came. We really needed this training. So thanks, Frankie.
Ms. Miller.
I put effective. We started, I think, our training April, maybe March, with the new board. So I feel like can only get better as a group.
All right, I ranked him as excellent. All right, 5.2 keeps the board informed in a timely manner, keeps the board informed of major concerns. Mr. Burns.
Excellent. Everything that I need to know, and then some. It's always there. It gets there before I even hear about it from anybody else. And that's full transparency. And that's exactly what we need to do to be able to work together with the superintendent and the board.
Ms. Knighting.
I rated him excellent. Frankie keeps the board very informed. He sends emails, calls, and holds monthly one-on-one meetings with the board.
Marcus gave him an excellent. Dickerson.
I have this, okay. Excellent. Frankie communicates to me on not only major concerns, but even the smallest of things. What a breath of fresh air.
Ms. Jansen.
I said excellent. I regularly get emails from Frankie to inform me what's going on in the district. Starting in the fall, Frankie will be sending out weekly reports to the trustees. Also, he'll be meeting with trustees for a half hour once a week when the 25-26 school year starts.
Ms. Miller.
I put excellent. I have my one-on-ones with him once a month. I know the rest of you guys do too. I'm always getting updates from either, potential incidents at the school, things like that, which is always nice to know what's going on, but just not the good and the bad type situation. But it's always making sure that us as a group is informed.
I rated him as excellent. We talk all the time, so it's good. 5.3 is policy management. A, in consultation with legal counsel, develop, monitor, and update all board policies and administrative regulations to maintain compliance with state and federal law. Mr. Burns.
I have effective, and I have a question mark on highly effective. To me, it's right in the middle there, because it's a process. Legal counsel's changed to develop, monitor, and update all board policies and administration regulation. We haven't reached that. We haven't reached that with the board, so I can't put that on him. So to me, he's effective with what's been given to him, with the compliance with state and federal laws, and working with the legal counsel now. And he is developing, monitoring. So I had that question. He's right there at highly effective as well, but I give him effective.
Ms. Knighting.
I gave him excellent. Frankie has hired legal counsel and works closely with him and is monitoring all the policies.
Marcus gave him excellent. Ms. Dickerson?
So I have highly effective. Frankie is doing his very best to make sure the district stays within policy and the law.
Ms. Jansen?
I said highly effective. Frankie's working on the continuous project of updating the district's bylaws, policies, administrative regulations and rules and regulations to keep up with the changes in state, national, and local laws and rule changes.
Ms. Miller?
I put developing. I felt with a change in legal counsel halfway through the year, that kind of maybe gave him a little bit of a setback. So I figure that he can only go up.
I rated him as highly effective. I feel like we've gotten more from legal counsel since January, and in working with board policy and ARs and the law, and he's navigated it very well. 5.3B is administer district programs, activities, and operations in compliance with federal and state law, the board's bylaws, policies, and administrative regulations, and all rules and regulations as provided by the Nevada State Board of Education. Ms. Miller?
I ranked him as effective.
Ms. Jansen?
Highly effective, continuous project of the laws and standards keep changing. Frankie does his best to keep this project going.
Ms. Dickerson?
Highly effective, works to ensure an excellent experience for students and staff staying within policy and law.
Marcus ranked him as excellent. Ms. Knighting?
I ranked him as highly effective. Frankie had spent a lot of time going over policies and practices to be sure they are in compliance with state law and board policies, along with our MOUs.
Mr. Burns?
I gave an excellent. This is down my alley here, compliance with laws and bylaws and the policies and regulations and the NRS. And he knows it. I'm amazed he comes from California and then gets over here in a matter of short time. He knows it. He knows what's going on here with our laws and everything. So I give him an excellent.
I ranked Mr. Alvarado as highly effective. 5.4 board agenda preparation. Collaborate with the board officers and executive secretary to develop and prepare the agenda for regular and special meetings in accordance with the open meeting law. Direct department leaders in drafting, presentation, and approval process to the Board of Trustees at a regularly scheduled meeting. Mr. Burns?
I have highly effective. I'm just leaving room for him to make the agenda shorter.
Ms. Knighting?
I rated him effective. I like having the department heads present regularly in process. I feel that the process of creating the agenda needs some revamping. In removing the future agenda items from the board meetings, it's unclear how all board members can have a say in getting things on the agenda.
Marcus rated him as excellent. Ms. Dickerson?
I rate him as excellent. Always gives his opinion, but lets the officers know that he follows the board's direction.
Ms. Jansen?
I gave him an excellent, from day one, Frankie put out an excellent meeting agenda and has always been very well prepared.
Ms. Miller?
So originally I had put this as an unknown because I'm not been a part of the board agendas type situation. I think it's effective, but I think as not an officer, I kind of echo what Trustee Knighting said about there's no voice for if you're not an officer to, if there's a situation or like a thing come up, to get that onto the agenda.
Okay. I rated him as excellent. And that concludes the line itemed evaluation. We will, would 5 minutes be enough? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and allow Ms. Knighting to compile our scores. All right, our 5 minutes turned into 10, but that's okay. Ms. Knighting was working very hard at compiling those numbers for us. So in an abundance of caution and to make sure that we do not create an open meeting law, we will receive the numbers, but we will not vote on the numbers and accept them until next month, when we will also include our goal setting that we will work with Mr. Alvarado on, and our compensation. So, Ms. Knighting, if you would relay the compiled numbers to the public and to Mr. Alvarado.
So would you like me to just say highly effective, or the raw number and what it corresponds with? I will give the raw number of what it corresponds with. Okay. So under the first domain, vision and strategic leadership, it came in at a 3.89, which rounds up to 4, which is highly effective. Number 2, management of organizational leadership, came in as a 4, which is highly effective. Collaboration with families and stakeholders came in at 3.71, which rounds up to 4, highly effective. The ethics and integrity came in at a 4.64, which rounds up to 5, which is excellent. And 5, governance and advocacy leadership came in at a 4.4, which is highly effective.
Thank you, Ms. Knighting, for working so hard on all your little numbers that you got there on that piece of paper. That's impressive. So we will not take action, and we will do that next month, which I believe means that our meeting is adjourned, correct? Did I miss anything, Mr. Alvarado? Okay, meeting adjourned. I really thought it was going to be later.